Feng Chenxi rested for a while dealing with the complicated political documents for 3 days without rest. When he woke up again, heaven and earth changed and he was in a strange world. The polar danger zone, known as the Super 3S level, has added 2 seemingly weak human bipedal beasts. On this planet, there are almost all Super 3S level starbeasts capable of destroying galaxies, ignoring natural enemies and the desire to eat, because of a promise that he will come back, guarding this planet. The Capital Star Daily reported that the 2 human children brought out by the Red Devil Army from the Polar Forbidden Zone were considered lucky by many star web surfers to have encountered a plane crash and had good luck with the Red Devil Army. As a result, not long after, it was reported that those 2 children almost violated the limits of human genes, dismantled the A-mech with bare hands, and dismembered a dual attribute S.level crustacean with a grey knife. Star Netizen. Even the geniuses of our planet can demolish homes with bare hands and even kill them indiscriminately. A genius named. I don't, nonsense. It is said that the guards were cried by an unknown fragrance that night. The stars are dazzling, and we are destined to be the brightest new stars of this era. Keywords of the novel. I have no pop-ups at the top of the Interstellar food chain. I download the complete set of TXT at the top of the Interstellar food chain, and I read the latest chapters at the top of the Interstellar food chain. Chapter 1. Rabbit Clash on Porcelain. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 1 Rabbit Clash on Porcelain. Your Majesty, you should go rest for a while. I will handle the remaining affairs for your Majesty. The man with black hair, jade crown, red robe, and embroidered white crane stood at the lower end, looking anxiously at the Empress, who was still reviewing government affairs on the stage. The Empress ascended the throne in just over 2 months, handling government affairs and commanding the 3 armies without any fault. Their group of ministers took turns accompanying the Empress in handling government affairs, but the Empress did not rotate either and remained steadfast in reviewing. He worships the Prime Minister, it is necessary to persuade His Majesty 1 or 2. The Empress, sitting upright on the high desk, lifted her head, and her simple curled hair could not conceal her gorgeous appearance. Chennai, in the current state affairs, we are racing against time. General Fuyu is still outside Xinjiang to secure the enemy, and we must defend the rear. But even if your Majesty has deep internal strength, it's not like this. The ministers all turned to this amazing warrior. Oh, it's His Majesty's younger brother. It's okay then. Father, Empress, and Mother are not willing to endure like you, sister. Grandma Yao, take sister down to rest. Yao Mama is a close maid to the former Empress and also the wet nurse of Nida Feng Chenxi. Feng Chenxi is very close to her. Alright, sister, go rest for a while. Don't slack off. Yes. The ministers welcomed each other and were overjoyed that the Empress had left them to sleep. The most important and urgent matters were dealt with as early as the first day, and the rest were related to disaster relief and people's situation. Just as the courtiers were rolling their sleeves to show off their skills, as Feng Chenxi's younger brother, Feng Chenxi looked at his sister's dormitory with concern. Everything here is just the last arrangement of the emperor. The cooperation between Ligua and the outsiders has already been a step-by-step pursuit of them, and the true battle report is first presented to him for review before being presented to his elder sister. Sister grew up in the martial arts world from a young age and was raised by her mother's master. Although she has deep martial arts skills, she lacks ruthless tricks and is rarely seen in people's hearts. For a prosperous era, Jia would be a wise ruler, but as the chaos approaches, the wise ruler cannot deter the evil wolves outside who are eyeing her. Sorry everyone, the enemy's army is still 7 days away from the city, but they still have to wait and accompany them to make trouble. Prime Minister Chen waved his hand. Ah, Regent, this is all voluntary. The late Emperor has shown us great kindness, and finally, he will send His Majesty a journey. It's just a small gesture. Yes, Regent, You have all stepped down from the throne and given it to your majesty to sit on. What else do we have to do? However, after tonight, I will go to the battlefield. I am the same. If I didn't want to see your majesty off, I wouldn't have let the enemy hit my doorstep. Before Yu Hua, the national teacher had a saying that the fate of the Feng family's pearl was not here, and it could only be forced to stay for a maximum of 20 years. The Empress Dowager and father had already allowed Jie to experience all kinds of things in this world, except for the highest position, which she had not experienced. Sister, remember your parents elsewhere, remember me, remember the little things on the snowy moon. The stars and moon shine brightly, with 9 transformations and the miraculous scene of the rising sun and moon. At the same time, the pearl of the Snow Moon Kingdom, the unprecedented Empress, has passed away. The citizens of the Snow Moon Kingdom had heard of it for a long time, but the power of the whole country was hidden from their pearl. Now that they see such a strange sight in the blue sky, no matter who in the Snow Moon Kingdom feels, there is a sense of sadness in their hearts. The Empress, who was once a princess, was born with a dark 9-day sky and clear skies. After that, the Snow Moon Kingdom had smooth weather and abundant harvests every year, with almost no disasters. Over the past 20 years, the national strength of the Snow Moon Kingdom has multiplied several times, and the people of the country remember her kindness. Even as a rebellious empress in the eyes of foreign countries, they have no objection, only hoping that this most prestigious position can allow their pearl to stay for a few more days. At the intersection of the two armies, General Fuyu looked at the vision in the sky and was dazed for a moment. He opened his eyes again without any emotion. I respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. Kill the soldiers for me. Many of the young men in the army, who listened to their parents talk about the current emperor's blessings, turned red-eyed and looked fiercely at the enemy like wolves in dire straits. He shouted to bid farewell to his majesty, but his actions became even more ruthless. Their goddess of the Snow Moon Kingdom has left, and tonight, they will deliver this victory to her majesty. At the same time, the tightly closed gate of Honghu opened wide, and the people rushed over with homemade weapons. Although they were disorganized, those who did farm work had some strength. Even orc owners generously released their wild beasts, and more than 100 black-striped white tigers charged towards the cavalry of Ligua in a fierce manner. These white tigers have been with people for a long time, familiar with their movements, but not lacking in ferocity, let alone animals being the most sensitive. That towering presence has left, surely because of these ugly two-legged beasts. Brothers, bite them to death. The roar of the tiger shook the sky, unstoppable. In addition to the white tiger, many fierce carnivorous animals, venomous snakes, and raptors rushed out of the forest not far from the battlefield. Damn it, Ligua belongs, retreat, beat the drums to retreat, hurry. Within the territory of Snow Moon Country, countless beasts are watching the bipedal beasts that do not belong to the people of Snow Moon Country. The people of the city walls of Snow Moon Country, which were originally conquered, have spontaneously organized to surround and kill outsiders. Without any fear. No matter the cost. After tonight, the news spread to the surrounding countries, and no one dared to invade the Snow Moon Kingdom in a short period of time. At the same time, the matter of the goddess was also presented to the heads of various kings. These have nothing to do with the parties involved. When she opens her eyes again, there are tall trees that cannot be seen at a glance, with lush branches and leaves that have never been seen before. Isn't this emperor resting in the palace? Is it Adi's prank? Feng Chenxi was still pondering where she was when a sense of crisis came. She took a few steps back and brushed past a tall blue-eyed white rabbit. Which animal trainer's strange beast is this? This meat looks very good at first glance, with such high bounce power that rabbit legs are definitely suitable for grilling. Hey, you're thinking about whether my rabbit's leg tastes good or not, damn human, my rabbit bites you to death. The blue-eyed white rabbit, who had been criticized from head to toe, was annoyed. The ground was filled with smoke and dust as the big rabbit foot like Feng Chenxi patted it. Surprisingly able to speak people's words. How do you speak as a personal little brat? As an SS-level star beast, I can certainly speak. What is a star beast? Feng Chenxi evaded the attack of the blue-eyed white rabbit in a disheveled manner while continuing to talk. Upon hearing this, the blue-eyed white rabbit quickly put on the brake and almost hit the tree head on. You don't know about the star beast. I don't know, Feng Chenxi honestly answered the rabbit in front of him. The blue-eyed white rabbit jumped up and shook the ground, but Feng Chenxi didn't feel any danger and allowed the big rabbit to approach. The blue-eyed white rabbit carefully sniffed the scent of Feng Chenxi. Cheating the rabbit. You're just a human cub, but the scent on your body is really strong. The blue-eyed white rabbit fell to the ground before finishing his words. Feng Chenxi. Touching Porcelain. Hey, rabbit, what's wrong with you? Feng Chenxi squatted down and poked the rabbit. Her body was very small now, and with the little cub mentioned by the rabbit, she should look like a toddler. Is she reincarnated? Did Meng drink half of the soup? Hiccup little brat, how fragrant you are. Before the rabbit claw caught it, Feng Chenxi ran away, feeling that the rabbit was uncontrollable. She decided to leave this place first and find someone to settle in. Feng Chenxi wanted to use her lightness skills and run away, only to find that she had lost all her skills. She was now a pure and powerless child. Watching the towering trees and the faint green light emitted by unknown species around, I had to stay by the rabbit's side for conservatism, waiting until dawn before making any plans. Rabbit, don't eat me in the middle of the night. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be reincarnated and will stay close to you. The already sober rabbit pretended to be dead and didn't expect to hear the terrifying revenge plan of the human cub. In terms of what rabbits fear the most, from the Ghost Clan and the White Bone Clan, how did this human cub know he was afraid of ghosts? Damn it, it's just that the human appearance is pleasing to the eye. Human offspring, this rabbit reluctantly refuses to eat you and is not allowed to become a ghost race. Unfortunately, Feng Chenxi in her sleep did not hear it. Otherwise, if she gets a guarantee, she is afraid that she will make progress and spread her wings at the edge of the rabbit's bottom line. The blue-eyed white rabbit looked at the group of green mayflies who wanted to approach it, and its terrifying spiritual power crushed these blood-sucking little things into mud without any waves. You can't change into the Ghost Clan, just that little mental capacity, The blue-eyed white rabbit pulled Feng Chenxi, who was sleeping soundly, and held him under its own claws. The next morning, the thick mist dissipated, and Feng Chenxi was awakened by the extra water droplets on his face. As he watched the next drop about to fall, he slipped away from under the rabbit's paw and cautiously glanced at the green mud that had appeared on the ground. It's hard not to make her think of those green lights last night. Fortunately, she didn't get close, otherwise I wouldn't know how she died. It's strange that this body is not hungry even after not eating all night. What fabric is this white jumpsuit made of? Waterproof. The darkness around her was dispelled, and she could see clearly all around. It can be certain that this is not the Snow Moon Kingdom or outside the territory of Lai Kingdom, and such a huge forest cannot be unheard of. The top priority is to restore one's skills in order to survive in this perilous and haunted place. Feng Chenxi crossed his knees and did a good job, with his 5 hearts upward. The rich energy around him rushed towards Feng Chenxi like being called out by his mother. The blue-eyed white rabbit opens its eyes and sees a human cub covered by various attribute energies. This is still a full attribute, terrifying. I really want to eat it, but if I can't do it, I will become a ghost tribe. The full attribute ghost tribe is very powerful. The blue-eyed white rabbit crouched in front of Feng Chenxi, drooling greedily. Unable to bear it anymore, it turned its head and plunged into the forest. He is looking for water-purifying radishes, which are suitable for his attributes. I caught a thief trying to steal his radish while pulling it out. A B. Level red-haired marmot with dual attributes of fire and soil. But unfortunately, I am an SS-level rabbit, or a Water Ice Spirit Power 3 series. Stinky mouse, you actually want to steal my rabbit's stored food. The red-haired marmot, whose neck was held by fate, only had a chance to leave a creek before creaking. Go back and feed the human cubs, otherwise what will I do if I starve to death? Feng Chenxi, who had crossed his knees and practiced martial arts, didn't know that his casual threat and self-comfort from last night were clearly recorded by the involved rabbit. She is now fully immersed in the mystery of her martial arts. Unconsciously aware of the arrival of danger behind. A double-feathered venomous snake, identical to the earth, lifted its head, and the snake's messenger trembled silently, already showing signs of restlessness. Carrying a dead rat, the blue and white rabbit still had half a jade-like pure water radish stuffed into its mouth. As soon as it arrived at the territory he had surrounded, it saw an unknown S-level double-feathered venomous snake attempting to prey on this human cub. No, you long monster, don't touch the human offspring of this rabbit. If he dies, he will become a gloomy and ethereal ghost race. The ice moon rabbit in a berserk state has a strength that soars to the SSS level, with ice blue frost and snow patterns covered in snow-white fur, and a blue-eye tail with eerie patterns. Every time the rabbit's paw bounces, a thick layer of ice appears on the ground, creating a chilling aura that directly plunges the double-feathered venomous snake into its hibernation instinct. Hiss hiss, the double-feathered venomous snake shook its head and shook its head, fighting against drowsiness. Its cold, erect pupils looked at Feng Chenxi, but ultimately couldn't resist the erosion of instinct and fell asleep. The exposed skin of Feng Chenxi, who was awakened by the cold, was covered in thin frost, and her clothes were covered in frost and snow. The ice moon rabbit in a state of rampage is violent, likes to destroy, bloodthirsty, abbreviated as 6 relatives do not recognize, and very able to endure pain and resist beating. The earth under Feng Chenxi's feet was ravaged by cold ice, and she struggled to move, but her feet were frozen. And the crazy rabbit had torn apart the brown-winged snake on the ground. The scene was very bloody. If it weren't for her grandfather's strict guidance since childhood, she might not have been able to bear this bloody scene. Warm blood splattered onto the ice, frozen into crimson ice crystals in the blink of an eye. Feng Chenxi watched as the rabbit tore off the strange snake and was about to walk towards him. His feet were frozen and he couldn't run. What should she do? She wants to have another pregnancy. Can you let her return to Snow Moon Country? She's a bit missing my brother. Rabbit, stop. Otherwise, even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't let you go. It seemed that something from her touched the raging rabbit in front of him, and he stopped. The ice-blue frost and snow patterns on his body are faintly visible, extremely unstable. If you're good, I won't become a ghost. Feng Chenxi felt the consciousness of the cold rabbit just a few steps away in front of him clear up. Ghosts. Remain unchanged. Ghost race. Don't be afraid anymore. The huge rabbit's body was shrouded in cold ice, but the terrifying unknown pressure was still present. Feng Chenxi was unable to move and could only be forced to endure the icy chill that penetrated his bones. Before her consciousness fainted, Feng Chenxi had only one thought, which was that she would definitely not look good if she was frozen to death. As long as the body did not melt, it would not transform. With this strange idea, Feng Chenxi fell into darkness. As the cold ice was about to freeze onto the neck of the skinny little girl outside, a person wearing a light silver protective suit and hat cautiously walked over. The scorching flames melted the cold ice, making him appear even thinner and smaller than the girl lying soft on the ground. Under the tight package, the ice moon rabbit could only see a pair of clear purple eyes like a sea of stars. It's him, it's better to take this human cub away. Otherwise, if he goes berserk again, this fragile cub will turn into a ghost race. Sigh, I can't think about it anymore, it's too scary. Shirzei was wrapped in strict protective equipment, and he was originally thousands of kilometers away from here. The water kite long-feathered sparrow had a big heart for playing and picked him up to fly and play. Then, when he saw her friend go berserk, he stopped to join the fun. It is also because of the water kite and feather sparrow that he was able to discover his own species. I don't know if she has any external communication devices on her body. Shi dragged Feng Chenxi's armpit and slowly took the person away. The slow speed made the water kite long-feathered sparrow, who had always been proud of speed, impatient. Its long and thin legs moved impatiently. The slender beak of the bird leaned closer to the ground as its neck was lowered. With a light flick, it even threw people and injured people onto its back. Finally, it glanced at the rabbit lying on the ground panting heavily, and its huge wings moved for thousands of meters. Bringing the person back to their own nest, the water kite feather sparrow rubbed against the nearby plant-based starbeast. A variant of the tree of life, which has the ability to heal and devour raw wood. It has a versatile temperament, but prefers the scent on the water kite and long-feathered sparrow. The two have a cooperative relationship. A light green leaf drifted down from the deep green branches of the raw wood. Shi also knows the usage of this leaf. After all, he has used it a lot himself. As long as he sends satisfactory nutrients to the raw wood later, he can still come find it if there is any damage. Rubbing the leaves into a ball, Feng Chenxi opened his mouth and stuffed them in. The leaves melted at the entrance, and a strong breath of life spread to his small body. After only a few breaths, the frostbitten skin and organs were intact and even healthier. The little red marks under his body showed the damage he had suffered. Feng Chenxi was originally immersed in the cold darkness, and as the cold wind howled past, the warmth that came towards her made her almost moan comfortably. Strict upbringing stopped her at the last moment. Feeling someone looking at her, Feng Chenxi struggled to open her eyes. A little boy with short gray hair and a little blue-purple eyes was looking at him, and he wanted to touch himself. What do you want to do? What are you saying? Can I take a look at the space on your chest? She couldn't understand the child's words, but his eyes were fixed on his chest. Is there anything on her chest? Feng Chenxi touched his small chest and touched a cold white square carved object. With a slight force, it pulled down. Is it this? Head, it hurts so much. Sister, it won't hurt anymore soon. I'm Feng Chenxi from the Star Age. Welcome to the Star Age. You and I are one, our fusion is the true Feng Chenxi. What fusion, what are you talking about? Don't worry, sister. Our revenge hasn't been avenged yet, I won't harm you. A terrifying energy storm appeared over Feng Chenxi, crossing time and space for the inheritance to reappear. Sheng Yanmu was envied by this energy, but he was afraid of exploding on himself. He really wished he could pull up his roots and run away. In countless complex and chaotic memories, Feng Chenxi knew what this 6-year-old child was carrying. She was abandoned by her family due to her lack of talent, and was stranded on this planet known as the Polar Forbidden Zone. At the moment of landing, she arrived, and the child willingly ran to a soul crystal inside the space button, waiting for the moment she touched it. Just for fusion. She wanted to retaliate against the villains who mocked her, humiliated her, and hurt her in the past, so she was willing to no longer be herself. Fusion, it was the dark and eerie heavy book that told her, and it was also this book that made her find a way to get to this forbidden area. In the memory fragments, she knew that the intelligence of the interstellar children at 6 months was equivalent to that of a 9-year-old child in Snow Moon Country, and their bodies were still 6 years old, comparable to the minds of adults. Enduring the indifference and verbal harm of loved ones, confined in a dim room, restricted in movement, no matter how early they mature, they cannot resist. Sister, I hate you so much. Help me, I'm also their daughter. Why? I just don't have talent, so treat me like this. Sister, standing in a place they can't reach, I want them to look down on me, and I want them to regret it. The fusion has reached its peak, and Feng Chenxi, who belongs to the interstellar era, has completely merged into Feng Chenxi in the Snow Moon Kingdom. The soul originates from the same source, but only surrenders to the more powerful part, carrying the fortune of a country. As the emperor, Feng Chenxi of the Snow Moon Kingdom is naturally even stronger. Memories obediently let go, souls from the same source are perfect, talents that have never been revealed burst from the depths of the bone marrow, from the sky of the soul. A huge and magnificent bird phantom wrapped in lightning looks down at everything, and a clear and majestic cry resounds through the sky. Diving straight from high altitude into Feng Chenxi's thin arm, it transformed into a phoenix pattern wrapped in purple lightning. Talented awakening, beast, sky overlord thunder phoenix, master of sky and thunder. The water kite long-feathered sparrow, belonging to the bird class, had already shuddered and gathered itself up when the phantom appeared. The suppression from deep within the bloodline cannot resist, only surrender. After Lei Huang disappeared, Shuiyuan Shengyuk looked at Feng Chenxi, a human cub, with hatred and shook its wings before flying away. Shizhe wandered to the polar forbidden zone from a baby's age and was swallowed by the awakened super SSS-level hegemon Ryukian Phoenix. In Phoenix's belly, he awakened Phoenix's archenemy, the golden dragon. Huifeng vomited herself out and arrogantly woke up the sleeping golden dragon, then threw herself over. That's also why he was able to survive on a planet filled with S.class starbeasts. He is covered by a hegemon. Being treated as a dragon cub, living extremely strong all the way. Shizhe looked up at the sky with an expression of helplessness. With such a big commotion, the phoenix should know. Should he hide? Pack up her memory, Feng Chenxi tried to pronounce according to the interstellar language in her memory. Where is this? The western giant tree forest in the polar exclusion zone. Can I take a look at your space button? Western giant tree forest. Those stinky little ghosts who beat her say that there are extremely many herbs here that can refine power, making it a natural holy land for herbs. Even the holy medicine garden managed by the elf tribe cannot match it. You see, Feng Chenxi thought and handed the spatial button to Shizhe. Anyway, there are only some courses downloaded by Feng Chenxi from the past, as well as 50 boxes of nutrient solution for 3 months, and 2 boxes of nutrient cans for 10 people and a half years. The clothes are all women's protective clothing, all in white. Just as the two were quiet, a cry from afar could be heard in the sky that was extremely similar to the current world of Lei Huang. Subconsciously, Shizhe, who had a deep memory, pushed the space button back into Feng Chenxi's hand and patted the bark of the tree that was eating wood under his feet. The next second, a dark tree hole appears. Shiai's people crawled in a daze. Feng Chenxi, who had just wanted to keep up, looked at the black hole that disappeared instantly after the child entered. He squinted his eyes and looked dangerously at the location where the black hole had just appeared. However, the scorching temperature spread all around in the blink of an eye, and a phoenix dressed in flames with gorgeous tail feathers appeared in the sky. New book seeks 3 in 1 package, degree. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Young and Reckless Sins. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 2. Young and reckless since Feng Chenxi was unable to escape and could only be forced to accept the pressure of a super SSS-level hegemon. If it weren't for the pale purple barrier emanating from the phoenix pattern on his arm, this small body with no foundation would have fallen half paralyzed. After finally standing firm under the hurricane, Feng Chenxi struggled to open a crack and looked at the huge and magnificent phoenix, holding onto the branches of the raw wood. Where's the little one? It clearly has the scent of a little one. Huifeng looked around a bit crazily, and even the raw wood was speechless. Although this brat is a bit small, Huifeng, your nearsightedness shouldn't be difficult to see. Okay, Huifeng really can't see clearly, and because of the rising mist around him, it's even harder for him to find the location of Feng Chenxi. Fortunately, the breath remained still here, otherwise the irritable phoenix could have released flames and burned the surroundings clean. Feng Chenxi could feel a tremble under his body, was it that Xing Yanmu was afraid? She thought that the tree had at least saved her just now, so she didn't want to harm Chimu. Taking a deep breath, Feng Chenxi hypnotized herself. She was the cub, don't be afraid. The phoenix was an elder, just like the master. Ancestor, not afraid. Hello, I'm here. Are you here to take me home? Feng Chenxi shouted hard, and Huofeng finally noticed the small white spot. Little one, I found the little one. Huofeng carefully picked up Feng Chenxi on the raw wood, but he underestimated the sharpness of his long beak. Feng Chenxi's protective suit, which had been with him for almost a day and a night, tore open with a sound, and people fell freely from a height of nearly 100 meters. Huofeng clearly didn't expect the little one to be so weak. He was stunned for a moment, then gathered the flaming and domineering flames around him, shook his wings and flew away, using his broad feather back to catch Feng Chenxi, who was covering his face and falling down. If it weren't for Huofeng suppressing his own abilities to the extreme, he wouldn't even be able to sense the weight of Feng Chenxi. It's really too light, even if it converges to the extreme, it's just a very light touch. The light phoenix has made a decision to train the cubs well and not let their clan's dominance be compromised. Confirming that the person was on her own back, Huofeng coldly glanced at Xing Yanmu and continued to throw off the leaves that Xing Yanmu had seen before giving up. Xing Yanmu knew that if his reward didn't come back, he wouldn't be willing to let the little one out just because of the old madman Huofeng's protective spirit. When the phoenix flew away, Shirzei crawled out of the tree hole inside the living devouring wood. Finally left, Moo Moo. I'll try my best to damage the star beast and make up for it for you. Xing Yanmu was moved and used a vine to directly throw Shirzei off the tree branch. Vine also pointed to the front position very humanely. Signal Shi'is to go quickly. Shirzei made an effort to identify and only then realized that the fire phoenix had just come and burned many star beasts below the S. level. He only needed to drag these ripe star beasts back and let Mumu eat enough. Surrounded by traces of scorching fire, coupled with the fact that it was done by the hegemon Huofeng, there were naturally no non-eyed star beasts running to hunt for food. Shirzei worked as a grain transport tool while thinking about the same species taken away by the phoenix and the interesting course videos at first glance. I really want to see it, but Huofeng and his own golden dragon father are sworn enemies, and they fight like a rock falls apart when they meet. For the sake of the lives of his companions around him, Shi'is decided to hold back and see if he could encounter his own kind. Be sure to borrow it when the time comes. Wooden wood, is that enough? The raw wood happily pulled up the root system and covered it on the pile of meat mountains to absorb nutrients. Upon hearing Shi'ai's words, Vine patted Shi'ai's head and said it was okay. Shirzei looked at the already dim sky and thought that he couldn't go back to the dragon nest today. Mookie, I'll sleep with you tonight. The raw wood leaves moved without objection or agreement. 10B. Level Rose Demons. Shirzei is very familiar with his friend's virtues, and flower demons are one of his few hobbies. A 5-year-old human cub can now proficiently make deals with foreign friends. Is this a moral downfall or a lack of humanity? Fengyue Wudong Forest is located in the eastern center of the polar restricted area. The terrain is steep. To the south is a sea, which is the territory of Golden Dragon. Huofeng returned to the nest with the little cub on her back, feeling conflicted when she wanted to let it go. The cub doesn't know which feather is on him, his back is densely packed with beautiful feathers. How about flipping over, the cub should be able to fall off. Feng Chenxi, who had no idea what he was facing, held his breath and struggled to climb up from among a pile of feathers. From falling into this fiery maze, she almost thought she had reincarnated again. If it weren't for the familiar clothes on her body, she would have been lying flat. Chasing the light all the way up, and finally approaching the faint light, Feng Chenxi felt the wind stop, and a violent shake almost shook the person back. Jiu Huofeng boss, Jin Long didn't come to provoke today. A sparrow about 2 meters tall stood on the long beak of the phoenix, speaking happily. But Tuan Ke found that his boss seemed unhappy. "Jiu, what's wrong, Huifeng boss?" "Tuanzi, the little one is on my back, I can't find it." Jojo. Tuan Ke was stunned. Tuan Ke didn't expect her eldest son to have a cub. After all, it was that little fairy who bewitched the eldest son and even gave birth. "I'll help the boss find the cub." The group sparrow plunged into the feathers of the phoenix with a fierce momentum, and the phoenix, several hundred meters high, froze and remained motionless. Tuan Ke is an S-level healing bird. Usually, he is afraid that a sneeze will burn up the little one he likes to be with, and now there is a weaker little one on his back. He was even more afraid to move, and even stopped breathing. "I learned to hold my breath without a teacher." Tuan Ke flew into the back of the phoenix, plunged its head into its feathers, lazily rolled a few laps on its back filled with the scent of the phoenix before finally searching for an unfamiliar scent. On a huge golden wudong tree stood a flaming phoenix, which seemed motionless. Jin Long, who felt the aura of a mortal enemy and wanted to provoke him, stopped his steps. Most of his body was in the water, and he looked at the lifeless body of the enemy. Did the dead phoenix die on the claw of the hairless vulture that coveted its feathers? Jin Long approached the shore and gradually moved his body from the water to the shore. He found a gold mine of similar color to himself and prepared to observe the movements of his mortal enemies. After searching for a long time, Tuan Ke found a lying Feng Chenxi in the middle layer of fur. Then the little short mouth picked up Feng Chenxi's belt and walked up. Feng Chenxi, who had seen the sun again, breathed in the air filled with the fragrance of flowers, while his ears were filled with distant and clear melodies. "Little brat. So weak in breath. Jiu, Huifeng boss, why is your little one different from us?" Tuan Ke placed Feng Chenxi on the long beak of Huifeng, and the several-meter-wide beak steadily lowered one bird and one person. "Tuanzi, your breath is right, that's right. This is a little kid. It's a little kid." The huge body of the phoenix began to emit flames irregularly, its wings flapping irregularly, and its long beak emitting a blazing temperature. Feeling hot feet, Tuan Ke saw Huifeng start to go crazy, afraid of being burned by mistake. With a bird's life in its mouth, it flew towards the nearby gold mine with Feng Chenxi in its mouth and accurately stopped on the back of Jin Long. Tuan Ke is a long-lived species of fire fusion Tuan Ke, with beautiful flame-like feathers and fluffy white fur underneath. It has a large population, and all the elders in the family are still there. "I like golden stones, so wherever there is a fire-melting sparrow, there will be gold or lapis lazuli mines." After taking a break, Tuan Ke quickly flew towards her home with Feng Chenxi in her mouth. Auntie must have 19 children who are better at taking care of them than Huifeng. "The boss has fallen ill again, and I have to tell everyone." A few minutes later, Tuan Ke flew to a quiet water willow forest and threw Feng Chenxi, who had already been blown away by the wind. "Jiu, the leader of Huifeng has fallen ill. Jiu, take good care of the leader's cub, auntie." Quickly speaking, Tuan Ke flew straight to the west. He dutifully flew towards each bird tribe, telling everyone not to disturb the boss's illness in the central area. As long as there are no birds by Huifeng's side, he will slowly calm down. As for when will you calm down? Tuan Ke knows that Jin Long is right on top of that gold mine, and it would be great if the boss had a fight with him then. Feng Chenxi lay on the soft willow branch, stretched out a hand and covered it in front of her, finally calming down. This was too exciting. In just a few minutes, I experienced the speed of the lightness master. No, it's even faster than that. No one can fly so fast. She has seen the afterimage. Just before they could lie down for long, a group of chirping birds of all sizes buried Feng Chenxi. It was only the fluffy large sparrow with fiery red spots and white stripes that liberated Feng Chenxi. The little bird cubs are so mischievous, their father took them away. Does the eldest child eat Jinjing fruit? My name is Feng Chenxi, not the eldest child. Jiu. The chubby bun in front of him tilted his head and looked particularly cute, but he took out a golden fruit as big as Feng Chenxi's head from his feathers. She may not be hungry, but she is thirsty. Thank you. After politely thanking Feng Chenxi, he took the large fruit and tentatively poked the skin, which was very soft. With a little more force, his hand smoothly pierced the skin. Feng Chenxi stretched out his tongue and tasted some juice. It had a sour and sweet taste, as well as a refreshing fragrance, which was very delicious. Oh, it tastes great. Jiu, my name is Tuan Yu. You can call me Aunt Yu. Poor little one, the boss only went to pick you up. There are so many bad star beasts outside, so thin, you must eat more. My name is Feng Chenxi, Aunt Yu. The child Feng Chenxi, who was forced to bury himself in the furry fur and was still sucking juice in his mouth, nodded in agreement. Thank you, Aunt Yu. On weekdays, the Empress, who had 3 exquisite meals and afternoon tea, almost shed tears on the spot. She is the most loyal supporter of food. Absolutely unacceptable, not having the opportunity to enjoy delicious food day and night. The fruit in her hand now is simply a savior. Night soon fell, and below this grove of water willow trees was a lake with many fresh fish, making Feng Chenxi drool. Just as she was thinking about how to catch a fish in the water and eat it, she suddenly remembered that she didn't have any seasoning. Even if caught, it doesn't taste good. Tears welled up from the corner of her eyes, and as soon as she thought about the days to come, she felt like the sky was about to collapse. Until now, Feng Chenxi still doesn't know the meaning represented by the words Interstellar. Her entire body is buried in Aunt Yu's fur, and the taste is not unpleasant, with a gust of wind, very light. She should go to bed instead. Today, it was both maze walking and aerial racing, which exhausted this body. Just after closing her eyes for a while, Feng Chenxi opened them absent-mindedly. Without disturbing Tuan Ke, she sat cross-legged and practiced the technique. When she merged with Feng Chenxi, an internal mental technique called All Things Technique appeared in her mind. As soon as you close your eyes, there are densely packed words. Helpless, she could only get up and practice. The first layer of the formula for all things contains vitality. When practicing at home, one can hide the floating vitality from the outside inside, which will be consumed when injured. At the same time, the wound will also heal. If the injury exceeds the vitality of the body, it can be used to protect the fragile organs in the inner palace. The second layer is sprouting. Those who create mental techniques based on the fragility of the internal organs may have a good understanding. This layer is divided into 5 stages. Heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidney. Starting from the most difficult to forge heart, as long as the heart is removed, this layer will quickly become complete. Feng Chenxi behind couldn't see it, and whenever she wanted to see it, she would have a splitting headache. Just the first 2 layers have already allowed Feng Chenxi to peek at many things, and the idea of wanting to fish for a while has also disappeared. Shizu teaches 18 types of martial arts, including various weapons and a bunch of minor courses. She struggled for 10 years before achieving some success. If it weren't for her persistence, she would have been cut off from going to the martial arts world by her father when she returned to the palace at the age of 7. Nowadays, seeing good intentions naturally makes one itch. This sitting lasted all night, with the scorching sun piercing through the clouds and casting light onto the dim earth. There was a scene of the sun and moon coexisting for more than 10 seconds, but unfortunately, Feng Chenxi was meditating. A refreshing breeze with a sweet fruity aroma drifted by, causing even young birds to wake up from the fur of their elders. When Feng Chenxi woke up, she listened to the sound of chirping and saw that she was being carried on her back by Aunt Yu, and even carefully tied up a few vines. Feng Chenxi. Jiu, wake up Jiu. Your dad got into a fight with that shameless golden dragon last night and got injured Jiu. I was about to take you to find your dad Jiu. My dad. There were many question marks on Feng Chenxi's forehead, but it was obvious that Aunt Yu couldn't see them. Once again, as the wind passed at a high speed, Feng Chenxi, who had some experience, tightly closed her facial features and waited for the wind to stop before opening her eyes. The goal is a mess. The huge golden wudong trees are crooked. At the moment, the strong root is trying to straighten itself. A gentle breeze emerged around Aunt Yu, gently guiding Feng Chenxi towards the huge entrance. "Jiu, the boss won't let us in, Jiu." After Aunt Yu finished speaking, she flew away, leaving Feng Chenxi alone to face the dark and bottomless cave entrance. Feng Chenxi cautiously took a few steps, wading through the darkness, touching the particularly sharp rocks with his small hands. After walking for an unknown amount of time, his hands were bleeding from grinding. The smell of blood is quietly spreading. Shirzei was extremely sensitive to blood and approached him with a golden dragon scale for illumination. "It's you, you're injured." Shirzei didn't walk long before he saw Feng Chenxi, whose small white and tender hands were simply unbearable under the golden light. Various abrasions, big and small, were oozing blood out, and there were even deeper incisions. "Why not shout? Just shout and I'll come out." Feng Chenxi looked at the child calmly, she didn't know he was inside. Shirzei's thin and meaty little hands were holding Feng Chenxi's bloody little dirty hands with utmost care. He doesn't have any leaves on his body that devour wood, so he can't stop bleeding. Will this flow cause the hard-to-come fellow creatures to die? At the thought of this, Shirzei became anxious, and by a stroke of luck, he grabbed Feng Chenxi horizontally. Feng Chenxi, who was picked up by someone and didn't need to walk, said it was very good and didn't need to walk. "Oh. Don't die, I'll go find Father Jinlong. He must have a way." Crying words spread throughout the deep cave, and the heavily injured Huafeng glanced at the big-tailed dragon swinging its invisible tail. "Jui Fusang, bring my cub over." Feng Yiran, to be reasonable, how could you possibly give birth to offspring like this now? "I haven't fucked you yet." "You. Jui Fusang wants to die, right?" Feng Yiran is extremely imposing, this generous guy is really not serious at all times. He was really blind in the beginning, that's why he looked up to him. "That's my little brat who drifts away like Feng Yiran. You're allowed to have a son, and I'm not allowed to have a daughter, right?" Feng Yiran turned his head to one side, and now that he had regained his sanity, he could naturally transform back into a human body. However, he was held by this dead dragon and could not move, and his injuries were not minor. "Otherwise, we still need to command this guy. TSK, my son has already gone to pick him up, I'll just wait." "You. Feng Yiran, please stop talking, otherwise I'll have to shut your mouth. As for how to block it, you won't want to know." Jui Fusang glanced at Feng Yiran's thin, pink lips with a hint of meaning, and he didn't mind kissing the angry dragon's mouth red. Feng Yiran was almost on the verge of exploding, but at this moment, the sound of impatient and irregular footsteps came from afar, and he tried hard to make himself more serious. But being held by such a person definitely won't go anywhere seriously. It's true that they are all super SSS level beings, how can they still not defeat him? Shirzei hugged Feng Chenxi and ran along, occasionally glancing at the bleeding little dirty hands. Every time he looked at it, he accelerated his speed a bit, making Feng Chenxi, who was not originally nervous, almost think that he was seriously injured. "Dad! Help! Blood, it's bleeding," sobbing. The little one who had been holding back all the way finally burst into tears when he saw the familiar adult. The child is also very obedient when crying, tears falling to the ground with only a small sobbing sound. The silent crying embarrassed the confident Jui Fusang, who had just made a promise in front of Feng Yiran. The two cubs who returned, one injured and the other crying uncontrollably. "What does a man cry for? Come here, my little one. Dad will treat you." The two of them spoke at the same time, and Feng Yiran looked at Jui Fusang behind him with white eyes, gently looking at his fellow offspring. Feng Chenxi's eyes moved away from her crying face and looked towards the brightest spot, a huge stone bed with a thick blanket covering it. On top of the blanket lay a loose red-clothed and red-haired demon man, held in his arms by a muscular man with blonde hair covering his face and upper body bare. After thinking for 2 seconds, the Empress decided to charge. Feng Chenxi walked very firmly towards Feng Yiran. Before stepping on the blanket, she took off her muddy shoes and walked barefoot. As they approached, they realized that their hair was intertwined, and the man with red hair was wearing a bandage and blood stains on his chest. "What's your name, little one?" the red-haired man asked her in a voice. "Before asking someone else's name, you should first give them your name." "Ha ha ha, Feng Yiran, your offspring is a bit interesting." Jui Fusang said so, but his eyes had already narrowed dangerously. Feng Yiran, who was familiar with the temperament of this cargo, was unaware of the changes in the people after him. His hand under the blanket accurately found the soft flesh of Jui Fusang's waist, rotating 360 degrees. "Yes, I should say my name first. My name is Feng Yiran, what's your name?" Feng Yiran placed his hand on the left arm of Feng Chen's phoenix pattern, which was wrapped in lightning. When he felt the surging power inside, he smiled. "My name is Feng Chenxi. This person's hands are so cold, they don't match the red all over his body. It's really fate, don't cry. Shi-Eyes brought the herbal ointment over there and applied it carefully to your liver." Jui Fusang pointed to the only finished product by the edge of a small mountain pile of herbal residue in the southwest corner, the dark ointment emitting an unpleasant odor in a half-person tall wooden barrel. When Shirzai heard his always reliable father's words, he sniffed and ran over, lifting a wooden barrel higher than others and running over. The huge night pearl illuminated the surroundings clearly. Shirzai held it up and ran to the bedside, then looked up at his seemingly unreliable father. "Can you come over? I'll take you to wash your hands first." Feng Yiran was very pleased and pushed Feng Chenxi out, then rotated 360 degrees again. "Humph, the offspring of the big-tailed dragon family are also virtuous. Okay, stop crying. I'm not in pain, I can't die either." Feng Chenxi was pushed 2 steps and ran over with the flow. "At the beginning of the injury, it didn't hurt much, but now I have been repeatedly tapped on my injured hand. The pain is fine and intense, and it still feels a bit uncomfortable." Watching the 2 children walk shoulder to shoulder towards the water source behind them. "If you can't speak, speak less. No one will consider you mute. Domestic violence. If it weren't for me talking, that kid wouldn't have discovered that bucket of ointment." Jui Fusang's exaggerated way of speaking was stopped by Feng Yiran's eye knife. "Who had domestic violence with you? Neither of us has registered, we are not a family. I'll have the younger generation bring over the people from the marriage bureau to register now," said Jui Fusang arrogantly. His dragon family bloodline has always been domineering and powerful, and their position has always been stable. Although it has been a long time, he still believes that they have this power. "My Feng family wouldn't agree," Feng Yiran said coldly, indifferent to being held so fast that he couldn't breathe. "When you looked at me, you couldn't tell at all that you liked me, young Master Jui. What does it mean to lift a stone and hit your own foot? That's him, right? I also like people for the first time, the way is a bit wrong." "What's wrong? Who is the one who made the 2 families with good relationships become mortal enemies?" Feng Yiran interrupted Jui Fusang's words. "Jui Fusang has nothing to say, they are all sins created by young recklessness. The 2 little brats have been going for so long, I'll go take a look. You lie down well, don't move." Jui Fusang let go of his embrace, placed the person in a soft blanket, and gave a reason to leave. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. Spiritual Illusion, Black-Faced Puppet Ghost. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 3. Spiritual Illusion, Black-Faced Puppet Ghost. Jui Fusang casually tied up his scattered hair, and his dazzling golden hair was obediently tied up by his owner, casually lazy, revealing a hidden and profound face. There is a shallow scar below the left eye that runs all the way to the ear, which was injured during a fight with Feng Yiran's animal form just now. Jui Fusang reached out and touched the rapidly healing scar. Fortunately, the dragon clan healed quickly, otherwise one eye would be blind. At that time, Feng Yiran had no conscience and didn't want to see himself. Really, not at all ambiguous. In the dimly lit cave, there was only a glimmer of light, and two little ones were seen staying by the water's edge. Jui Fusang didn't get close either, but stopped where they could be seen. I hope Shiai's doesn't look like him. He's been single for thousands of years and still can't get married. Shiai's, my name is Shiai's, what's your name? My name is Feng Chenxi. Don't be so careful, I don't hurt. No, it's inconvenient for you. Why doesn't such a deep cut hurt? At Shiai's feet were several small wooden buckets filled with light red water. It took a few buckets of water to clean up, and I've shed so much blood. I need to replenish it properly. Like a wooden tree, every time I treat the leaves, I have to eat. Feng Chenxi felt a little more patient when he heard the word fill in. The piercing pain from the moment the ointment covered the wound, even the empress couldn't help but take a cold breath. Very soon, Xiaoxi can't bear it. Are you calling me Xiao Shi? No one has ever called me that before, even my parents call me Shir, and most of them respectfully call me Princess Mingzhao. Feng Chenxi's thoughts diverged until his hands were wrapped in ointment and he didn't even let go of his fingers. Feng Chenxi. The dressing techniques of this era are a bit difficult to describe. Well, that came out in a hurry and didn't bring the bandage. Let's go back. When Shirzai applied the ointment one by one, he didn't pay attention, nor did he expect to be able to apply it like the claws of the Shuangxi cancer. I'm a little guilty. I want to find my father to get some bandages. Feng Chenxi held two meteor hammers and walked back behind Shirzai, who was holding a large wooden barrel. Because his gaze was blocked by the wooden barrel, Shiai's did not notice the father he was looking for standing on his right side. Until Shiai's walked straight past him, Jui Fusang slowly spoke out. Kid, your eyes are not good at a young age. Your father is so old and standing here. TSK, how can you still pursue your wife when you grow up? Shirzai. Dad. Shirzai took a sharp turn with the barrel and tried to look towards the corner where the sound was coming from. Sure enough, a golden father walked out of the darkness. Puff, haha, you kid, you have a great talent as a chef. I didn't pay attention just now, but now I saw Feng Chenxi's two black mud hammers up close. Jui Fusang laughed heartily as he looked up at the sky. What are you laughing at? Oh no, it's Feng Yiran. No, he got out of bed. Feng Yiran. If you're seriously injured, you should stay honest. What are you doing down here? Aren't you feeling hurt enough? Oh, I see someone who hasn't returned yet, and I'm afraid of bullying the children here. I'm worried, so I came over to take a look. Who caused my injury? You don't have any points in mind. Feng Yiran, who walked against the light, lowered her head and saw Feng Chenxi's hand. Her mouth twitched and she wanted to laugh, but she held back. It's okay, it will heal quickly like this. Xiao Zhe did a great job, don't do it next time. Jui Fusang had already walked over to support Feng Yiran as he spoke, smelling a faint smell of blood. The wound has cracked, go back and bandage it. You two keep up. Shirzai nodded obediently, avoiding Feng Chenxi's black mud hammer and pulling his arm to follow. Xiao Shi, can I watch your space button class? My name is Sister Shi, I'm older than you. Let's watch the courses on my space button together. If you don't understand anything while watching together, you can ask me. Okay, thank you, Sister Shi. Finally, there's no need to be bored counting leaves. I want to study hard and let my dad know that he's even more powerful than the dragon pride in his mouth. He completed 20 years of courses in 5 years, he was earlier than them, he could do it in 3 years. Oh, can this guy not act spoiled just because he looks good? He's so cute. Feng Chenxi couldn't hold her heart and could only follow Shirzei without saying a word. After the big and small packages of the Feng family were wrapped up, Jui Fusang held on to Feng Yiran, who was unwilling to stay in his arms, and threw out a mirage dragon. While we still have reason, let me train you on your spiritual power first. Mirage Dragon is good at spiritual illusions and is a very good training teacher. After completing the course at Mirage Dragon, come to us for practical classes to exercise strength and speed. Especially your child, with the bloodline of a golden dragon, you need to protect the phoenix around you. So, considering everyone's consistent dictatorship and tyrant behavior, it was decided to start practical training once Feng Chenxi's hands were ready. Now, the consciousness of the two lying side-by-side cubs has been thrown into a spiritual illusion. Is it really good for us to do this? 9 nights. Feng Yiran looked at Feng Chenxi and Shirzei with worried eyes. They were only so young, and the age for attending Star Kindergarten was set at 10 years old. Why is it not good? Strong people need to be trained from a young age, undergo cruel training, and only after leaving this planet can they survive well in a world full of danger outside. Are you still worried about the children you and I have taught you? Jui Fusang buried his head in Feng Yiran's neck and spoke in a muffled voice. The highest warrior of humanity, once countless heroes covered in glory, had fallen into a state of being neither human nor ghost. The consequence of using a human body to compare with a deity is epilepsy for the rest of one's life. We don't know how much time is left for you, so we have to cultivate the next generation, let them inherit our beliefs, and continue to wait for your return. A mottled and aged classroom filled with traces of time, Feng Chenxi watched helplessly as a black-faced and white-clad butcher cruelly killed an entire class. Finally, it's my turn. Being in the spiritual illusion of the Mirage Dragon, truth is false, and sometimes falsehood is true. Infusing memory and confusing cognition in extreme and special illusions. When breaking through the shackles imposed by the illusion and restoring the ID, spiritual power will also experience a terrifying increase. And there is an opportunity to awaken spiritual characteristics. After being killed by the butcher, they did not disappear. Their unwilling souls made them unable to leave this campus and became bound spirits, turning this century-old campus into a new urban fantasy. As the only soul body that can leave, Feng Chenxi often goes out to play at night. At first, she was still in the mood to scare passers-by, until the people around her became fewer and fewer, becoming increasingly desolate. She reintegrated into the class and played with them. Day after day, year after year. It has been 100 years since I once again basked in the sun, and this area is now a desolate place with no human habitation. For 100 years, I have been aimlessly acting childishly in front of my soul. Until the memories of human time are restored. Feng Chenxi was the last to be killed, but the first awakened soul. She watched her friends sitting in front of the dilapidated chairs, attentively listening to Teacher Li's biology class on the podium. She wanted to find the culprit who killed their entire class, and she also wanted to know how her parents and the parents of her friends viewed their deaths. She can now appear in the sunlight, and after staying for a long time, she can feel a burning sensation at most. There was no one around anymore, so she drifted out casually. As she drifted out, a boy with black hair and black-framed glasses stared blankly, then continued his obedient class. The bustling streets in human memory have become dilapidated and chaotic, just like schools. The wind was sometimes strong and sometimes slow, and a tattered newspaper caught Feng Chenxi's attention. She drifted over and saw a few familiar words. Xingxiang Elementary School, Class 3, Year 2, Massacre Case, Star Calendar 3885, May 7th. She only knows Class 2.3 and the name of the school below are also photos of the school gate. The wind blew the newspaper, and Feng Chenxi also followed the newspaper. She doesn't know many words, but Teacher Li definitely knows them. Now Feng Chenxi regrets why he didn't recognize characters well. When he was a human, he was all focused on becoming a peerless hero, using armor and playing with the radiant shock gun. Feng Chenxi is thinking about how he restored his memory. Under her strong desire to touch the newspaper, her semi-transparent hand solidified a lot. When she didn't give up and wanted to touch the newspaper again, she touched it. Hold on to this possible clue tightly and drift towards the school. Passing through the dilapidated school gate and teaching building, they arrived at the 4th floor of the experimental building where they were attending classes. The students had their own storage cabinets, and Feng Chenxi casually stuffed the newspaper into the iron box where his name could be vaguely seen. Then he continued to search for clues. As Feng Chenxi drifted out of the school gate, the boy with black-framed glasses had a fierce expression for a moment. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his obedient appearance. Where is the clue? I'm a detective. Is the culprit you? Look at me, anesthesia gun bubi by yubi. A cloaked man wearing a black mask in the darkness gazed at the ghostly race shooting in the mirror with his hand as a gun. Sure. That's great. Feng Chenxi drifted to many places, even returning to his home when he was a human, looking empty with only walls and some large furniture left. There were no small robots in his memory. As night fell and there was no clue except for the newspaper, Feng Chenxi could only disappointedly return to school and stay by his good friend's side. Behind me is the boy with black-framed glasses. The boy and Feng Chenxi were extremely close, and their obedient faces once again showed a ferocious expression, then regained calmness. A more transparent hand touched Feng Chenxi's back. A word spoken with almost all her might made Feng Chenxi tremble uncontrollably. Don't go out. There are people, watch. What kind of person is looking at a school that has been dead for hundreds of years? They have played every nook and cranny of the school in these 100 years, but they haven't noticed who that person is. The boy with black-framed glasses was clearly in pain, and it was at this moment that Feng Chenxi realized that he was not a classmate in the class but had always existed. Who are you and why are you here? Who am I? Who am I? I don't know. The teacher is here for class. The boy's voice was a bit familiar, but Teacher Li had already knocked on the blackboard on the podium. Due to being frequently struck by Teacher Li, a deep hole has appeared on the blackboard. Wait, Dong. Teacher Li can hold on to the actual object, so he remembered it long ago. Feng Chenxi was very nervous in class this time, almost afraid to meet the dark eyes of Teacher Li. Classmates, class is over. Finally finished class. It was already midnight, when the yin energy was heaviest. Feng Chenxi floated in the place where the moon shone, absorbing the lunar breath. On the overgrown playground, friends were still playing ghost-catching games, and the black-haired boy with black-framed glasses stayed under a big tree, just like her, away from the crowd. Classmate, are you not going to play? It's Teacher Li, who is talking to me for the first time in all these years. The extremely cool cold air on his back brushed past, and Teacher Li carried a biology book with only a few pages left, drifting by. Feng Chenxi has never felt the temperature for 100 years, except for the scorching pain of being in the sunlight for too long today during the day. Teacher Li has a problem, and Feng Chenxi has designated a key focus in her mind. A girl with double ponytails waved to Feng Chenxi, surrounded by pitch black and lifeless darkness, but they could still see clearly, even though they were already dark creatures. I am only a ghost, not a person. For the first time, Feng Chenxi refuted his good friend. My good friend's face, which was originally full of laughter, froze, and his ponytails were calm. However, the fleeting pain made Feng Chenxi see it clearly. Controlled, it must be controlled. Why have we little ghosts been controlled on campus for so many years? Why did you kill us? Why did you kill us? Unconsciously, Feng Chenxi spoke out his thoughts and looked at his partner who had changed his appearance in terror. But my good friend froze in place. Those comrades who were extremely disgusted with their own appearance at the time of death regained their ferocious and bloody appearance. The smell of blood permeated the entire campus, and a towering resentment gathered. Teacher Li stood tall on the clock tower, his eyes shining inexplicably, but unfortunately they were all blocked by those golden glasses. Quick, run! Hi, run! My good friend was tightly held by his bloody hand, stuttering and asking Feng Chenxi to leave quickly. At this moment, Feng Chenxi's two thoughts were fighting. One was madly urging her to run quickly, and the other was staying, investigating thoroughly, and even dying could be understood. No, I'm not leaving. How could I just leave you guys and run away? At this moment, the trajectory of thinking coincided with the Empress's love for the people, and power emerged without Feng Chenxi's knowledge. The originally semi-transparent soul body had already gained almost physical thickness. 44 mouths opened simultaneously, and a highly decaying corpse fell out of them. This is the body of the soul bodies during their lifetime, always inside the soul. Trembling all over, Feng Chenxi's cold hand, struggling to suppress fear, was held by a slightly smaller warm hand. Feng Chenxi looked over in fear. It's the boy with black-framed glasses. How did his hair turn pale golden? The light golden hair didn't appear for much time, and it turned black again in 3 or 4 seconds. Like you, I awakened earlier. Sorry, it was a disguise before. Their souls are on the corpses. My body and yours are gone. It is of no use to that ghost tribe. That's why my memory has been restored, and I can act freely with my own thinking. Feng Chenxi also guessed what the boy had not said, but that made her even more helpless. She didn't know where her enemy was. Even living under the gaze of enemies. Teacher Li, he is very bad and an accomplice, but if he dies, he also dies. In the silent darkness, there was a silent roar, and a stiff headless corpse twisted and stood up. Soul bodies floated on the headless corpse, becoming its head. Only good friends, tightly covering their mouths, she is she's best and best friend, and cannot harm she. Because of this obsession, she never ate her own head and kept half of her consciousness. The flesh guards of the vengeful ghost tribe turned out to be their own bodies. Teacher Li took note of this discovery, but it couldn't be written on a biology book full of blood stains, and there was even a pale eyeball. He froze, his mind plunged into a frenzy, and his already scarce biology book was torn apart. A fragment full of handwriting was delivered to Feng Chenxi with the evening breeze. What is it? The resentment control plan has failed, and the executor Li Weiho committed suicide. With each step taken by the headless corpse, thick and evil blood flows out of its body, almost black blood falling on the lush grass, corroding into segments of fluorescent green smoke. Feng Chenxi and the boy exchanged a glance, and the next second, they vigorously floated out, pulling down the thick smart door as they approached a relatively intact classroom. The smart door, which had already been powered off, was not easy to pull, but the force from somewhere, Feng Chenxi, pulled the door down with a soul. There is only a slight gap left. At midnight, Feng Chenxi, whose soul was about to fly, turned around and was momentarily stunned by the splattering of blood in the classroom. This is the classroom we stayed in when we died. It's you, not me. He was left here later. Dida. Blood seeped and dripped down from the old ceiling, leaving only a solar-powered lamp that was left behind by the classmate, holding the lamp still dutifully lit. Under this faint light, the disheveled heads were arranged neatly and soaked in the blue liquid. The expressions of fear and despair on each head seemed to be frozen, penetrating through time and bringing Feng Chenxi back to the day of slaughter. The bell for class rang, and the biology teacher who was supposed to arrive early did not arrive. 45 students were all very well behaved, no, not a single one was waiting quietly for the teacher. It's either talking about the latest mecha or talking about the big stars on that planet, fighting, making a scene, and Feng Chenxi himself is sleeping on his desk. With the support of her classmates and the cover of her best friend, she slept soundly with a soundproof barrier. Just as she was immersed in her sleep and could have escaped a disaster, her good friend screamed for some reason and took off her soundproof barrier, pointing out the window. Her face was frightened, her mouth was wide open, and a 1-meter-long machete ran through her body on her back, soaking her blood. Teacher Li discovered himself and called for a man with a black face and white clothes. Feng Chenxi could see clearly, without any shadow, wearing white gloves on his hands, and his whole body was not stained with any blood. What is behind her that good friends always have to take off the soundproof barrier in the end? Pain struck, and the machete pulled from my good friend mercilessly dismembered me. The memory came to an end, her soul was not in a cold sweat, but her soul was trembling. Facing death once again, she was still afraid. The slow footsteps with a ticking sound came from outside the door, indicating that the students had come. What exactly happened after we died, and why did we become like this? Come on, multi-source camera. The boy dug out a rusty palm-sized camera from the corner. Perhaps there is an answer inside. The sound of footsteps outside the door became increasingly clear. If we couldn't liberate the souls of our classmates and restore our self-awareness, we were afraid that they would be torn apart by one hand. I am Teacher Li's nephew, I am behind you. At that time, I was a bit terrifying as my body was pieced together with many parts from other creatures, stitched together. As the boy spoke, he tentatively opened the camera, even though 100 years had passed, the saved content could still be viewed. Fortunately, with the window open and the wind blowing, I can see. Feng Chenxi drifted up to the boy and watched together. On the small screen, the man in black and white clothes who brutally slaughtered his classmates was wrong. He had no feet. Under the white clothes, it was empty, and then a black mist appeared, enveloping the entire classroom until it became visible again. The bodies of 40.4 classmates have lost their heads, and the corpses that have been cut to pieces are rotting rapidly. But when it rots to a certain extent, there is no change. About 3 days later, Teacher Li was also thrown in and was on the podium. The podium. Feng Chenxi turned his head to look, and as expected, there was an obvious adult on the podium, wearing the same outfit that Teacher Li often wears. Feng Chenxi drifted forward, suppressed his fear, and flipped Teacher Li over. There was only a wound in the throat, which died very cruelly. Blood flowed throughout the entire podium. In the video, a dark green mist enveloped Teacher Li alone. Then there were many living people walking around with their feet, and some crying could still be heard. Black mist and dark green mist, the boy whispered. It was all released by the person in black and white clothes. Feng Chenxi gritted his teeth and squeezed out this sentence from his mouth. When you went out, you didn't see any living people. Feng Chenxi nodded. Indeed, there was no popularity. Things are not very good. When I was in the laboratory, I heard him say that he was working with the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan is very scary. Feng Chenxi drifted silently around the classroom. She and he had no physical presence and could leave at any time, but it was uncertain whether it was safe outside. We are very weak. Not necessarily. The boy pointed to a corpse next to the trash can that seemed to have just died, with almost no decay at all. I'm fine, I can go back, but I'm not sure if I can come out again. After resurrection, what will happen? He is still young, I don't know, but subconsciously thinks he can give it a try. The body has a strong binding force on the soul. The decaying corpses outside the door have stopped walking and are all gathered around the door. Fortunately, we don't have a sense of smell, otherwise we would stink to death. What did you bring back when you went out today? The boy squatted beside his body, thinking whether or not to go in. I always feel like something terrible will happen when I enter. Newspaper, I don't recognize some words. Take me there, I have already graduated from elementary school. Okay. In Feng Chenxi's eyes, there was admiration for the academic achiever. Unexpectedly, there was still a living academic achiever around him. I have a good spiritual talent and was taken away. Feng Chenxi led the boy all the way through the wall to the cabinet where he placed the newspaper. The boy took out the newspaper, which was torn and stained. The star calendar daily reported that a school in the eastern part of the planet Mu Xian, consisting of 45 students from class 3 in the second year, was maliciously slaughtered by ghosts. On the afternoon of May 7 in the 38,805 year of the star calendar, the black-faced puppet ghost, a wanted criminal from the 5 stars, committed a brutal massacre of young children, attempting to set up a ban and summon. The rest is missing. The boy read it fluently, looking at the big hole below helplessly. Look, it says here that when encountering a black-faced puppet ghost, try to remove the black face as much as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. The Old Man, I Am Very Innocent. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 4. The Old Man, I Am Very Innocent. The problem is that we don't even know where he is now. How can we lift his mask? Feng Chenxi floated in the air and casually found a relatively clean place to sit down. But the boy looked towards the ceiling. I always feel like he's right beside us. I saw it when you went out, and Teacher Li also knew that he would definitely follow you. We don't know what his goal is, we just know superficially that he is the murderer. Oh, by the way, you can call me Shi-Eyes. Feng Chenxi, hello, Shi-Eyes. The two souls clapped their hands together in silence and tacit agreement. Besides the mask, he must have other weaknesses, we need to defeat him. Moreover, I have been killed so miserably, and this revenge must be avenged. The hand, which was pale and somewhat transparent, fiercely stirred up the already unsmooth hair, making it even more disorderly. At this moment, Feng Chenxi also scratched out a piece of paper from her hair. What is it? Wait a moment, don't move. Feng Chenxi, based on his trust in Shirzai, remained unmoved and allowed him to push himself off the storage cabinet. The two souls floated lightly and stopped in mid-air. Originally, there was a black semi-transparent hand piercing straight into the iron cabinet where Feng Chenxi was sitting. If it weren't for Shirzai pushing herself away, she was afraid that she would split in half and her soul would be damaged. Run! Taking a decisive moment, Shirzai drifted back with Feng Chenxi. He had been wandering outside for so long, just to observe the school unnoticed. There is a prayer room for the angel clan behind, and even if Teacher Li passes by, he will take a detour, which is at least safe. It should be. Shi-Eyes, what's written on this is the summoning god, the demon god, the wife of Aldiaxiu. It's been unknown how many years in the interstellar world, how could anyone still believe in the existence of a god? Aldiawo was the legendary god who survived the battle of the gods at dusk and was in charge of the soul, and it has never been said that Aldiawo had a wife. Is it possible that this summoning is the gate of hell? My mother used to be a theological researcher, and before she was taken away, I had many books to read. There are also many books on theology, and there is absolutely no record of Aldiawo's wife. I remember Shi-Eyes. When we were killed, it was the last class and it was also dusk. Dodge Shi-Eyes and turn right. With the pursuit of an unknown enemy behind him, sharp black fingernail ghostly hands suddenly appeared from the left. Feng Chenxi can only serve as a rearview mirror to help Shirzai avoid the ghostly attacks behind him. Up floating, they can't come to the prayer room, Shi-Eyes. Feng Chenxi hugged Shirzai tightly, but she didn't float as fast as Shirzai did. Even though Shirzai carried her, her drifting speed still didn't decrease. When fleeing for his life, Feng Chenxi was highly focused, constantly reminding Shirzai by looking at all directions. And Shirzai, with his soul, flew rapidly towards the prayer room, cleverly avoiding the attacks of the ghost hands, and even able to float faster than the ghost hands. Countless ghostly hands stopped 10 meters away from the prayer room. As soon as I entered this angelic prayer room, which had been deserted for 100 years, there was nothing damaged except for dust. Feng Chenxi looked around with wary eyes, giving her the first impression of being very white, leaving behind traces of time. The holy eight-winged angel Lord's compassionate stone statue is still gazing at the direction of the door with compassion, without any trace of time, very clean and perfect. This perfection seems a bit out of place. Why can the stone statue still be so clean, and it looks a bit like real eyes? She eyes, I want to go pick it off. Shirzei was speechless for a moment, which was too bold. Such a strange stone statue actually wanted to scratch his eyeballs. Without receiving a response from Shirzei, Feng Chenxi didn't pay much attention. As she floated up and reached out her hand to touch her eyes, those eyes came to life. Wow, she eyes are alive. What? Shirzei floated out of the compartment and flew towards the stone statue, whose eyes were indeed moving. Hurry up, one person at a time. Take it off, she eyes. I always feel like something bad is going to happen if I don't take it off. Okay. The hands of the two souls endured the scorching sensation of touching their eyeballs and desperately pulled them out. The eyeballs on my hand returned to their stone-like shape, but this time they couldn't close. The stone statue lost its eyes and blood was slowly flowing out of its sockets. Blood is crimson, like the blood of a living person. I remember this stone statue was built with a lot of money by Teacher Li when he said, "Believe in the angel clan, what's good?" At that time, the school directors were also very happy that the school had added a landmark and had a half-day holiday. Now I wonder if Teacher Li would have been doing something behind the scenes at that time. Clever Teacher Li. Upon hearing this, Shirzei carefully floated around the stone statue. The emperor lived up to his intentions and finally found a black button on his waist, which was covered by his arm behind the statue. When he saw this button, Shi eyes seemed to be bewitched, with his eyes placed in front of the black button. Then the eyes disappeared, and the stone statue cracked open from the middle, revealing its hollow interior. There is even a tunnel that adults can climb through. Let's go, Feng Chenxi. I feel like we should go in. Are you sure, Shi eyes? If this stone statue tunnel goes out of the range of the prayer room, we will be chased by ghostly hands again. But we can't hide here for a lifetime. If we encounter a ghost hand, let's go back the same way. This is just a safe house. If there is a real danger that cannot be fought against, we will hide here. If we separate and escape the danger, we will meet here. Okay. What is the truth that has been covered up? Can I find my enemy? Why is this school? What are the characteristics of this school? What happened when there were no people around? The ID's memory consciousness is trying to break through the shackles and awaken itself, but it is always blocked by the illusion of the mirage dragon, and is almost there. A small mirage dragon coiled by the side of the big bed, shamelessly causing the old man's madman to sleep soundly while holding the beauty, pitifully wanting to bring a doll. Watching Feng Chenxi and Shirzei follow their own set plan step by step, feeling bored and expecting different actions, Mirage Dragon waited for the two little ones to surprise him. There is everything inside the stone tunnel, and even the culprit. If both little ones are destroyed, he will awaken them. The spiritual fluctuations are enough, and a few days of meditation exercise can awaken the spiritual characteristics. Hey, I hope you can bring me a wonderful feast. The Mirage Dragon huddled soft and controlled the mental power in its mind. With every movement of its mental power, ghostly hands appeared in the illusion, gradually forcing Feng Chenxi and Shirzei into the stone tunnel. Outside is the ghostly hand, inside is the murderer. How do you decide? I am very curious about the elderly. There are still many flaws in imitating the previous case, but unfortunately, 2 dolls went in. If we can't discover the flaws in the elderly, we can only act obediently according to their wishes. Shush shush. The stone statue sensed its soul and recovered 3 seconds after both Feng Chenxi and Shirzei entered. 2 souls drifted through the narrow, pitch-black tunnel with a strange odor, until they saw a faint blue light. Feng Chenxi grabbed Shirzei, who was preparing to float up. Shi also obediently stopped and looked at Feng Chenxi blocking in front of him, his expression inexplicable. Is there danger? He didn't feel it. I'm not sure, but it's best not to move forward. Go back. Shi chose to believe in Feng Chenxi. Although the ghost hand was scary, it could also be avoided, and he didn't know what it was inside and what danger it posed. Take one of the two harms, let's just use the devil's hand. The wall couldn't stop the soul from penetrating him, and Feng Chenxi, who had a great sense of direction, took Shi on an unusual path this time. He went straight through the wall and walked the fastest distance. The ghostly hands paused for a few seconds before catching up again. It's dawn. Feng Chenxi sneaked away with his ghostly hands all night, standing under the rising sun. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at the thousands of ghostly hands unwillingly grasping the air in the shadows. Humph, she also hates sunshine, and the ghost hands must also hate sunshine. It has been restored. Shi took off his glasses and a golden flash flashed through his dark and hollow eyes. Since that's the case, let's go and test the stone statue tonight. If the statue's eyes also recover, then we'll be reckless. Go straight to the deepest point and take a look. If you bet wrong, it's just that your soul is scattered without a trace. Anyway, you're all dead. Hello, hello. Eyes, you're making me look weak. I'll go outside today to look for clues. You must keep an eye on Teacher Li. Teacher Li, why? He's useless. He died so decisively. I don't believe that people don't have fear when facing death. Even if it's just a second of fear, their hands won't be so decisive. His blade is extremely sharp, and I think it's his killing, not suicide. And last night, Teacher Li didn't attack us, he just called me from behind to play. Tearing the biology book, perhaps to give us a clue. In short, it cannot be assumed that Teacher Li is the enemy. Unlike a childlike soul, at this moment, Feng Chenxi's revealed control over human nature made Shi feel as if he had seen his father in a daze. That experimental devil, the devil who doesn't even let go of his own son. But extremely rational analysis of all possibilities, even overturning one's own statements. Feng Chenxi took a photo of Shi and casually drifted out of the school gate under the companionship of the sun. This time, she did not recklessly fly towards the residential area, but drifted to the highest point of this area along with the best and tallest building. Under the ubiquitous sunlight, Feng Chenxi saw inconspicuous black threads in mid-air, intertwined and intricately shaped. What pattern was that? Circle. Herringbone shape. Gossip. No, this is the heart vein, and school is the heart. Is there still a head and limbs outside? The outside world she remembers, what she should remember. Feng Chenxi hugged her suddenly piercing head, her soul like a short circuit, and the screen presented a linear shape. She tried hard to think that even if the headache cracked open, she would still remember the memories she had forgotten. Externally, Mirage Dragon stood up fiercely, never expecting that this girl doll would be so indomitable in her willpower. Even though she was deeply immersed in the settings she had created, she would be pried open. The Mirage Dragon's small eyes were wide open, revealing transparent crystals like water. Mirage Dragon has no eyes, it is the crystallization of his spiritual power, a crispy top-level spiritual star beast. What would happen if he applied it again? No, he couldn't bear the pressure on these two dolls anymore and became cerebral palsy. He had to bury these two dolls with him. Shenlong carefully glanced at Jui Fusang and Feng Yiran, his chubby body trembling and trembling. He's just an elderly person, a fragile elderly person. In the high air, I remembered that my Feng Chenxi had completely solidified into a physical entity. In this world, the spiritual power that Feng Chenxi had not been activated was activated through this irreplaceable training method. A small, sand-like crystal appeared in the center of the spirit sea. At this time, Shenlong should take Feng Chenxi out and put him back into his body properly. However, Mirage Dragon is not. He has rebelled. This story is not over yet. How could the protagonist run away? It is the critical moment. I'm curious if he can pass the level. That kid Shi's, although he often shows filial piety to himself, this time he can't let water go. 44 soul bodies, who were supposed to be attending classes quietly in the cool experimental building at school, suddenly stood up in sync. Staring blankly at the last row, Shi's. Isn't this daytime? Shirzei quickly drifted out and flew towards the prayer room. Mirage Dragon and Shi's are so familiar, he knows the extra kindness of this kid the most. Let the elderly erase some for you. On the inevitable path of Shi's drifting towards the prayer room, a shadowless figure in a black robe carried a soul that resembled Feng Chenxi. Shirzei took a sharp turn and ignored the 40.4 souls chasing him behind him. Didn't Feng Chenxi go to investigate clues? Did the killer keep following her? What is there in her that the killer keeps following? What does the killer want? Feng Chenxi, who was far away in the sky, trembled and felt like someone was talking about her. The memory has awakened, appearing as the soul of an adult. Originally, it was slowly cracked by the Mirage Dragon in the shape of a child, and finally completely shattered. Exposed inside was a black and gold imperial robe, wearing an imperial crown, with an unparalleled and majestic appearance as an empress. Also, Shenlong is now paying attention to persecuting Shirzei, otherwise he would have noticed something unusual about Feng Chenxi. Flying freely is really good. Feng Chen had a habit of building something as light as a feather in his feet, just take off his mask and place it on the stone statue. Before entering the illusion, Mirage Dragon had already told them the answer, but did not say that the process would be inappropriate. Just wait until midnight, the black side appears, take off the mask. But Feng Chenxi remembered those 44 victims. She couldn't ignore such genuine resentment after spending 100 years together in the illusion. In this world, perhaps these children have long been like a cup of yellow earth, and their souls do not know how many times they have been reincarnated, but as long as they handle what is in front of them well. Is it okay to put the head back into those bodies? She remembers that her good friend once said that she didn't eat her head and could occasionally wake up. Eat it, brain. Could it be that the dark side has tampered with their memories, making them think they have eaten their brains? And my good friend's brain, please take a closer look tonight to confirm. If not, her head is probably gone. Even if one's soul is shattered, one can still wake up from time to time. Feng Chenxi quickly drifted towards the back mountain of the school. Where was the connection between the blood vessels? To disconnect it would be to disconnect the black reinforcements and the back road. At this moment, Shirzei in the academy was forced to attach himself to his corpse. The ugly monster opened its pitch-black and lifeless eyes, climbed up from the dirty ground, and looked dangerously at the black-faced cloak that did not enter the door. As long as you remove the black surface, you can be liberated. The black surface is a solid entity. Struggling, at least he let go of Feng Chenxi. It doesn't matter how he is anymore. Shirzei was crawling on the ground, his right foot wrapped in branches and kicked fiercely, rushing out like a flying rocket. He only raised his left hand, which was covered in black hair, with long and short claws. The short left hand had a highly poisonous claw containing terrifying toxins, which came from a star beast in the poisonous swamp and was personally installed by Teacher Li. It is also the most painful splicing. The body's once intense rejection reaction has recurred again, can't think, Shi's, don't think. Those ghostly hands penetrated him without touching a single penny, he bet right, his soul couldn't touch his body. Besides using meat. Shirzei's inner thoughts overlapped with the hoarse and unpleasant heavy metal sound on the black side. How could it be so simple for Shenlong to personally handle the knife? He sucked the fake Feng Chenxi soul from behind and blocked it in front of him, watching Shi's desperately stop in embarrassment. The Mirage Dragon laughed dangerously. Being too kind is not good, Xiais. You need to be more selfish. Xiao, you're afraid of hurting her, you've only been together for one night, right? How could the body possibly harm the soul body? Shush, you say so, good child, my failed works. The sound of heavy metal on the black surface is really harsh and unpleasant to speak of. Hello, your voice is so piercing that it's in my eyes. Stinky kid, the old man's voice won't change for a moment. If you want to recognize it all at once, why bother training? I can't even immerse myself anymore. If it sounds a bit unpleasant, why bother so much? Blackface was stuck for a second and was discovered by Shirzei, who was constantly following him. Xiai's agile jump once again attempted to approach the black side, trying his best to control the original limbs and the extra tail that were not his own. Suddenly, the modified nose smelled a foul and rotten smell in the air, and the flesh of those 44 guys could attack themselves and run. But Feng Chenxi is still in the hands of the black side. She is so cute and weak that she has escaped. Can she still live, even if she lives with her soul body? Isn't the answer obvious? Xiais, you've all spelled it here. Blackface, why did you kill them back then? They were just innocent children who had not yet seen the vast expanse of stars and the beautiful and colorful Rose Nebula. It is their honor to sacrifice for the arrival of our God, but unfortunately, they did not prepare a perfect pet for our God. Although Hymian didn't look at Xiais knew that the pet was talking about him. What evil god wants to fill it with his life? Shirzei dispersed Blackface's attention while quickly approaching. Blackface couldn't take off his mask and saved Feng Chenxi first. Struggling to get out of the body with his right hand, Shirzei bit a sharp tooth before pulling his right hand out. When he realized himself on the black side and retreated, Shirzei grabbed Feng Chenxi's powerless arm at a critical moment. Her soul is very weak, what has she experienced? Shirzei ran quickly towards the window. The old and unrepaired window could not withstand the monster's collision and was easily broken. Shirzei ran out of the hole, with a strong left hand clinging to the wall and running towards the distant prayer room. In areas where sunlight appears, fake Feng Chenxi will also be placed in her arms to block the sunlight. Mirage Dragon saw that the timing was approaching, and in the most dazzling sunlight, fake Feng Chenxi's soul body used sharp teeth to tear off Shirzei's right hand. The soul lost its right hand in pain, and the overwhelming pain penetrated deep into its soul. Why, aren't you a partner? Shirzei didn't understand that his desperately rescued companion would betray him. The resentment accumulated in the laboratory for a while, the loneliness left unattended for nearly 100 years, and the bewildered anger of my companions turned into anger, sweeping through Xiais. The soul seemed to be about to burn, and some shackles were burned through by the terrifying dragon fire. As Shirzei regained his memory, he looked at the transparent and impersonal Feng Chenxi, with only his left hand covered in a layer of dazzling flames like sunlight, directly shattering Feng Chenxi with a punch. A pale golden flame takes root in the brilliant sea of spiritual power. Fake, Grandpa Mirage Dragon, I already know. I haven't had any fresh green fruits these past few days. Mirage Dragon was a bit caught off guard. With his good intentions, he forced you to provoke Long Yen, and you actually took the old man's snack. To hold back, hold back. The first rule of Mirage Dragon health is not to get angry, as it will reduce lifespan. Countless ghostly hands appeared in the sunlight, one hand after another fiercely patting Shirzei's head and shoulders. Shirzei didn't care either. Anyway, with Long Yen on his body now, no matter how much he suffered from the body, it wouldn't work. If he punched him, everything would turn into dust. Now, super strong. I will abide by the game rules. Where is Xiaoxi? The ghostly hands formed a line of characters. A human girl doll is 1 year older than you, smelly and shameless. She didn't object. Xiais ran towards the prayer room with his ugly and deformed body, but it would end here in the end. Grandpa Mirage Dragon, you also hate the angel clan enough. You really dare to pick at the angel's eyes. What are you afraid of? I can't beat your Mirage Dragon Grandpa. The ghostly hands still obediently combined into characters, conscientiously facing the communicator screen. On the back mountain, Feng Chenxi looked at the bare grass and the seemingly hard ground and made a mistake. How can she open it? It won't even float in. The most suspicious thing around the back mountain is here, and there is also a bloody smell. I don't know if I can use a finger to pick flowers in this current state. Hope it works. Feng Chenxi raised his hand and recalled the route of using his fingers to pluck flowers, feeling the flow of true qi. Mobilize the mental energy all over your body. The soul fluttered up, picked off a leaf casually, threw it back, and a light purple beam wrapped around a leaf pointed straight at the ground. 3 seconds later, the explosion sounded and a finger-sized hole was blasted out of the ground. Blood emerged from the hole, extremely viscous and carrying a foul odor. Seeing that picking flowers was useful, Feng Chenxi pointed to all the places he suspected. 11 out of 20 fingers were bleeding. The blood oozing out is clearly a small path. Some are blocked by trees, but the route spreads at both ends, one on the campus side and the other on the front. Feng Chenxi decided to try launching this path. Every time Feng Chenxi felt that the route was off course, he would use his fingertips to find his way and stumble around to the bustling street in the Western District, which was directly opposite the college. I knew I had set off from the school gate earlier, it was even closer. It's already dark. Is she going in or not at this stone gate? End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Is it easy to hug? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 5. Is it easy to hug? Just as Feng Chenxi was thinking, a figure walked out of the nearby grass. It was Teacher Li. How could Teacher Li be here? Classmate, why can't we play well in school? If I insist on running out, I'm in a difficult position, teacher. Teacher Li took out a black mask from behind and put it on. Looking at my students with satisfaction in a daze. Teacher Li, you are the black face, you are the murderer. At this moment, the shrouded cloud of suspicion lifted a bit, but at this moment, Teacher Li, who was full of dangerous aura, was even more important. Why, aren't they your students? They're still so young, you're so crazy that you're going to attack your own students. At this moment, Feng Chenxi's emotions were shared with the victims. Even though Teacher Li liked the children very much, the classes he taught were interesting and vivid. He was one of the most popular teachers in the second grade department. Why, do I tell you it works? Can they survive? Don't be funny, classmate. You should go accompany them now. After Teacher Li finished speaking, he waved his hand casually and thousands of black ghostly hands flooded towards Feng Chenxi. Regarding this, Feng Chenxi could only open the stone gate and hide inside. There are too many enemies to fight hard, and the ghost hands were unable to penetrate this stone gate. It's strange, but it's not the time for research now. The mask was always on Teacher Li's body, so we need to find a way to get it in our hands. What about Xiai's? Has he already failed and been eliminated? Feng Chenxi looked around in this dark blue cave. In addition to some incomprehensible ghost symbols, there is also a scattered bone fragment that can be vaguely seen as a skull. Is it the head of a good friend? What are these lights that appear out of thin air, even though there is nothing to illuminate them? It's strange, this world is really interesting. When it drifted to a stone gate, an ominous aura rushed through the thick stone gate, and Feng Chenxi's soul was frozen now, not as it used to be. As he approached, the faint roar made Feng Chen pause for a moment, surprisingly so unpleasant. Royal Highness Princess, who was pampered by the whole nation, and later Her Majesty the Empress, could not hear such harsh voices. So she decided to eliminate the culprit who made the sound. The stone gate vibrated under the destructive force of the flying palm. Dust swooshed down, subconsciously covering his nose. Feng Chenxi luckily avoided the foul odor attack on the lady. Although it may not be audible. Hey, what's inside is. Before Feng Chenxi could finish speaking, he saw a pile of decaying corpses piled up like mountains behind the stone gate. Thousands of soul bodies crowded together with stiff and lifeless expressions, and beneath them lies the corpse mountain. Damn it! Damn it, how can we fight like this? No wonder there's no one left, emotions are all here, right? His Majesty, who had a good upbringing, couldn't help but burst out and flew towards the only pitch-black passage with all his might. If it happened in Snowy Moon Country, she would be so high and low that the murderer would be publicly tried nationwide, and even the most brutal torture could not make up for the crimes committed by the murderer. Public trial is the nationwide circulation of information, making it known to the world, which requires a huge amount of manpower and financial resources to transmit information. Such an extremely evil person, oh no, it's a soul. Are there many people in this world? Feng Chenxi plunged into the darkness, and the sound of the stone door slowly opening behind her was still in her ear. She only hates herself a few minutes ago for having to lower her hand to open the stone door. I don't know what damage characteristics these stacked meat have. The tranquility of the past century was built on the mountain of the sea of grievances and corpses, no wonder there was so much blood. Drifting in the tunnel for an unknown amount of time, Feng Chenxi suddenly saw a glowing object, which was like seeing a family member. Is Xiai's you? It's me, are you Xiaoxi? Emergency braking in the darkness, Feng Chenxi quickly retracted himself to the look of a child, but couldn't let Shirzai see his adult appearance. Shirzai did not receive a response, and Long Yen boiled a few times and the string became even higher. Decades of seconds or even longer, anyway, Feng Chenxi only continued to drift past after pinching his face. What is it that you are all golden? Shirzai withdrew the dragon inflammation covering his arm. My ability to awaken. Shirzai didn't want to say much, and Feng Chenxi didn't pay much attention. In her eyes, Shirzai was just a younger brother. The kind that needs to be taken care of. Behind me, there are countless souls and flesh in the place where I didn't go in last night. It's very dangerous, and the culprit is Teacher Li. Are you sure, are you really Xiao Shi? Or is it Grandpa Mirage Dragon repeating his old trick? The dragon in Shirzai's hand was boiling, and his eyes were dangerous as he looked at Feng Chenxi. As long as Feng Chenxi had any abnormalities, he would not hesitate to kill him. He doesn't want to be betrayed again, he hates the taste of betrayal. Feng Chenxi placed his hand on Shirzai's forehead, and Shirzai instinctively withdrew the dragon inflammation from his head. The next second, when I was regretting how I couldn't change this bad habit, I heard words that only the real Feng Chenxi would say. You haven't had a fever, why are you talking nonsense? Do I look very different from me? I need to remind you that it was you who ran so fast on the raw wood that I got here. Cough cough, at that time, Hua Feng was wrong. Uncle Iran had no reason and couldn't recognize me. I didn't want to be swallowed and saved by my dad. Shirzai wiped away the non-existent sweat. Who knows why Uncle Iran likes to swallow him so much? His father saved him and gave him an ultimatum, asking him to walk around when he sees the phoenix in the future. Shirzai saw that Feng Chenxi's eyes were becoming increasingly dangerous, and there was a strong anger in me that I thought you were a good friend who had lived a life, and you left me behind. I inexplicably feel very guilty. In fact, Feng Chenxi is angry with Jui Fusang. He can even save his own children, but this kind of person actually has children. What blind person gave birth to him? It's not worth it. Remember the clearance requirements, put the mask on the face of the angel statue. Remember. Grandpa Mirage's wicked taste. Behind Xiai's is the prayer room, where the angel statue is located. You just said that Teacher Li is the culprit. If he didn't come in, he should have returned to school for class. Shirzai tried to think according to Shenlong's ideas, after all, he was a familiar elder. But the Mirage Dragon wouldn't have thought of it. Teacher Li is still by the stone gate, manipulating the ghost hands with a black face to destroy the stone gate. Even if Bai Yi dies, he'll leave his hands behind. Damn it, he wants to devour those two little ghosts bit by bit, enjoying the expressions of fear on the little ghosts. Shoo, black face and white clothes are actually two personalities. Black face represents Teacher Li's evil, while white clothes represent Teacher Li's good. There are people who want to be protected, but when they have weaknesses, they are devoured by black-faced designs. Occasionally, only when they are extremely stimulated to the point of white clothing, will they be taken control. Even if Bai Yi takes control, the time is not long, and we can only try to leave behind as much as possible to protect the staff who will come to investigate. The stone gate, the torn biological book, and the St. Lucite powder arranged around the prayer room are all left behind by the few remaining souls of the white clothes. Just to allow more people to live. Even if the cost is his complete disappearance. Mirage Dragon and Bai Yi were once good friends and knew all about it. He regretted that when Bai Yi said goodbye to him, he simply left and never went to see Bai Yi even once. Until the moment before the complete disappearance of Bai Yi, he crushed the holy Ryu stone with spiritual imprints that Shenlong had given him. The terrifying aspect of the Mirage Dragon is its spiritual power, which is comparable to that of a deity. Even the black face, which has swallowed up the power of the white clothes, cannot resist the Mirage Dragon. Being so strong that the unreasonable mental power directly searched through memory and became familiar with everything, the Mirage Dragon became angry and stirred up the black sea of spirit into a paste, resulting in cerebral palsy. Stupid and foolish, he wandered around the campus until the children he had killed turned into ghosts and reappeared in the world. The remaining white consciousness dutifully taught the vengeful ghosts. Finally, it was torn into pieces by the enraged ghost spirit and stitched together as a toy doll. This is also the source of inspiration for Mirage Dragon, which is a fantasy created from its own past. Even in the illusion, he doesn't want black faces to come to a good end. At his most proud moment, he was angrily killed by a student and wished he could perform hundreds of times for his friend Bai Yi. Unfortunately, I can't see it in white. In the illusion, Blackface controlled Blackhand to destroy the stone gate, causing it to crumble. His eyes narrowed with joy, making the prey think they were born and desperate to kill them. This was truly wonderful. The Thunder Phoenix, hidden deep within Feng Chenxi's soul, quietly opened her purple phoenix eyes, which contained endless thunderstorms. Thunder is already the nemesis of demons in the world, and the Thunder Phoenix, born in thunder, naturally inherits its characteristics. The Mirage Dragon magnified the killing intent of the black side, and the ghostly aura on the dark side, combined with the corpse mountain and sea at the end of the tunnel, awakened Lei Huang from her slumber. As long as Feng Chenxi is injured, Lei Huang will start judging. Serious crimes or creatures on the dark side will be punished by lightning. Feeling the internal changes, Feng Chenxi looked towards his left arm, and surprisingly, the phoenix pattern on his body appeared on his soul. I'll bring Blackface over, and you watch the opportunity to merge the statues. Full of strength, Feng Chenxi no longer hesitated and decisively returned, arranging Shiais to wait by a safer stone statue. This child thought she couldn't see the remaining soul breath behind her, and didn't even know how many afflicted bodies and resentful souls she had eliminated. She didn't consume much. Shirzai originally disagreed, but he didn't expect that Feng Chenxi's speed was even faster than his own, and he didn't walk in a floating way, but a footwork with certain patterns that he had never seen before. Before I could even speak, my soul disappeared. As the owner of the illusion, Mirage Dragon was also the most aware of the changes in Feng Chenxi's body, and the beast spirit woke up. A more violent aura than the phoenix, wheezing, he was eagerly anticipating how much torture this beast spirit could inflict on Blackface. The wind is used like an arm, and the resistance disappears. The closer you get to the blue light, the stronger the power in your soul. Angry and calm intertwined, Lei Huang subjectively disliked the light formed by the concentration of Yin Qi. What do you want to vent? Your left arm is heating up. Is that you? The clear and majestic cry echoed through this space, and thunderclouds caused by the thunder phoenix gathered high above the campus, with dazzling lightning occasionally shattering the sky. Mirage Dragon. Amazing, it's actually thunder-like. Wait a moment, it won't blow up his illusion, it will backfire. Mirage Dragon is truly a top-level spiritual system, with a premonition of certain predetermined events. Feng Chenxi looked up at the pitch-black top of his head with a feeling, and as he passed through the half-open stone door, the power to reach the peak finally burst out. The dazzling purple light came out of the small palm. When the purple light came out, it obediently rubbed the fingertip of Feng Chenxi, then turned the direction, and became fierce countless times. A purple power grid flew in from the half-open stone gate, and in a few seconds, it enveloped the vengeful souls on the corpse mountain. The resentful soul dissipated in the place where Zidian passed, and the unwilling and mournful howls stopped at the last moment. Feng Chenxi saw the grateful gaze from his soul towards her. My heart is a bit soft and uncomfortable, is this thanking me for rescuing them? Feng Chenxi recited the Buddhist scripture of rebirth to these vengeful souls. I don't know if it's useful, but it's her intention. She respects everyone who lives in front of her. Feng Chenxi's gaze was firm as he whispered in praise of the true scripture. Just as all the resentful souls had disappeared, the ghost hand broke through the stone gate, and a huge voice came. Feng Chenxi turned his head to look, no wonder the stone gate could hold on for so long. Inside was a glowing white stone. Those ghostly hands have also decreased significantly, relying on their numbers to forcefully smash the stone gate. The purple lightning returned to Feng Chenxi with satisfaction, gently entwining around her. You're so good. The thunder phoenix inside her soul rolled its elegant white eyes. It was Zidian who rebelled, so it wouldn't be so unremarkable. Surprisingly, I have solved my carefully selected 40,000 resentful soul dolls, but it's okay. You're probably at the end of your life, teacher. I really. Before even finishing his black words, he was struck by a pitch-black thunder emitting extreme danger. You don't deserve to be a teacher. In Feng Chenxi's mind, a teacher is someone who can be on par with your parents. Teachers teach you knowledge, teach you the skills to stand firm in the world, and guide you on the path forward. How dare this rampaging demon in front of me claim to be a teacher? Extremely excessive. He doesn't deserve it. In a fit of rage, he used the heavenly punishment level black thunder beyond his limits, and Lei Huang finally faced his little host squarely. It's a bit interesting the terrifying power of black thunder directly chopped away most of Black's ghost hands, and he himself also lost one hand. The black cloak draped over him shattered into ashes and fell to the ground. Mirage Dragon looked at you in astonishment. There was even more powerful black face in the sky. He was so happy to see it. With a few more chops, the old man wouldn't care about you, girl. The black face itself is a humanoid black mist without feet, and only the facial features can be seen on the face due to wearing a black mask. At this moment, Blackface finally couldn't calm down. His dark eyes were sinister as he stared at Feng Chenxi. Under Blackface's control, the ghostly hands twisted into a huge one. The sharp fingertips of the enlarged version of the ghost hand seemed to have been poisoned, whistling the Yin wind and attacking Feng Chenxi. And the ghost face turned its head and drifted away. If you want to run, there's no way. Fingering at the Thunderbolt version, he directly pierced through the large ghostly hands condensed from the black surface, and the ghostly hands fell into black unidentified liquids. There are petal-shaped white electric currents on the liquid that numb it and prevent it from turning back into ghostly hands. Unbreakable. Feng Chenxi chased after him and saw the black face escaping here at the highest point of the back mountain of the school. Where's my blood? Why did it stop? It's you who did it. Guamian gritted his teeth as he looked at Feng Chenxi who was chasing him back. It must be her, she's the only one who has been out these past few days. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have allowed her to go out. I thought the prey that couldn't be flipped out would break the hunter's weapon with a backhand. Black-faced was angry in his heart, and he wished he could tear apart Feng Chenxi. So what did I do? You should have anticipated the moment when you would lose. Feng Chenxi's childish face was cold and solemn, which did not match her cute appearance. She disliked villains who would attack children. In the vast sky above the back mountain, if a long brewing thunderstorm is felt, the next second, the head of the lightning will cover the head and hit Blackface. When the lightning hits the mask, it will turn and hit other parts of Blackface. Unfortunately, the Blackface was struck and his mind was lost, unable to detect this phenomenon. Under the baptism of the thunderstorm that lasted for half an hour, the black face was directly cut into black smoke, which was exactly the same as what Feng Chenxi saw at the height. Thinking of this, Feng Chenxi tried to communicate with the thunderclouds in the sky, asking them to cut through the surroundings and see if they could break through the thin black smoke that was even thinner than a strand of hair. Lei Huang looked up wearily at Lei Yun, showing his nobility, coldness, and dominance as a king. Lei Yun initially ignored Feng Chenxi, but when he received Lei Huang's gaze again, he cooperated extremely and established a connection with Feng Chenxi. Upon hearing Feng Chenxi's request, the most central Lei Yun called out to his friends, and Shen Long felt Lei Yun's will. Helpless cooperation creates more thunder clouds. Chop it, anyway, it's just an illusion. He has lived for so long and can hold on. A small ball of black smoke still wore a black mask, and Feng Chenxi covered his hands with a layer of white thunder before reaching out to take off the black face. The black mask detached from the black face, and Feng Chenxi finally sent a thunderbolt to the black face. This black surface looks ordinary on the outside, but in fact, it's really ordinary. Feng Chenxi couldn't understand why Black Face had been wearing it all along, so he could only hold it in his hand and watch as the majestic thunder clouds drifted around. Soon this place will turn into a sea of thunder. I hope she eyes won't come out. If thunder doesn't grow its eyes, it won't be good if it hits. Lei. I have eyes. Thunderclouds from all sides in the sky arrived at their destination and silently chopped downwards. Countless sharp voices rang out, piercing Feng Chenxi's ears. Sure enough, it's unusual. Once the black face is fastened onto the stone statue, we'll go see what's cut out. Feng Chenxi drifted towards the prayer room, and on the way, the messy buildings began to fall off, as if taking off their old clothes that were damaged, and inside were shiny formal dresses. The entire campus has changed. The experimental building has also become brand new, and everything is getting better. Even those children with tragic appearances have returned to their former appearance. That's great. This lightning strike is really good. Feng Chenxi saw Shirzei from a distance by the door and raised his hand with a black mask to wave at him. Shirzei knew from the previous thunder that it was Feng Chenxi's pen. That day, Lei Huang was also present at the scene. Surprisingly, he has to work hard. A man cannot always be protected behind a girl. It's great that Xiaoxi is okay. The stone statue is very good and hasn't changed. Okay, the arduous task of putting a mask on the statue will be handed over to General Xiais. Shirzei didn't quite understand the word general, but it didn't prevent him from knowing that it was Feng Chenxi trying to coax him. He is no longer a 3-year-old child and doesn't need to be coaxed. But when it comes to words, it's hard to say. At a young age, Shirzei had a hazy fondness for the opposite sex and didn't know how to handle it. He could only take the mask from Feng Chenxi's hand and float up, buttoning the face of the 8-winged angel with intact eyes and a compassionate expression. Then return to Feng Chenxi's side. Let's go outside and take a look. Feng Chenxi naturally took Shirzei's hand and drifted outside, completely ignoring Shirzei's rosy face. Outside, there is an endless stream of thunder, while on campus, there are hopeful laughter. The bloody classroom is gone, replaced by a bright and childlike classroom. Inside, there are no stains or blood stains. There are despairing heads, sweet and warm smiling students, and gentle white-clad biology teachers on the podium. Finally, Feng Chenxi drifted outside the school with him, and as he left the school gate, the thunder stopped. The long-lost sunshine scattered on the earth, warm and bright. As we walked outside, the curse of being uninhabited was broken, and lively people appeared on the streets one by one. We can't even see each other. I like this direction. We're not living people, but living people can't see ghosts. Mirage Dragon heard Feng Chenxi say he liked the ending he had set, and happily squeezed out the past prosperity. Xiao the female doll is discerning. It's okay if the illusion explodes halfway, just make up for it. It's a minor injury, I can handle it as an elderly person. The murmuring sound of the Mirage Dragon stopped, and Jui Fusang, tired, threw the noisy guy out of the bed and flew straight towards the water source. Fragile like a Mirage Dragon, can only enjoy the super high speed that was never experienced in the past, and then fall into the water. Humph, I have settled down here as an elderly person. The children will play in the illusion for now, and I won't return it to you. I'll see what you can do when your little beauty wakes up. In the illusion, walking around, I witnessed a technological boom that I had never seen before. Feng Chenxi and Shi were both ancient people who grew up in a polar forbidden area far away from technology and had never seen it before. What is this? It can stay in the air and even carry people, so fast. Xiao Shi, this giant is so cool. I want to dismantle it. Feng Chenxi glanced at the latest mecha introduction advertisement on the huge screen. This steel giant is indeed very cool, and she also wanted to open it up and take a look. So the two children who hit it off immediately drifted inside, and when they saw the huge mechas, their faces almost pressed against each other. Feng Chenxi remained reserved, just reaching out to touch it, and Shi's entire soul lay on the forehead of the mecha without any hesitation. How on earth is this assembled? Can it fly to space? Where do humans control it? A bunch of questions popped up from Shi's mouth, and the only explanation that could be given to them was that the Mirage Dragon had a temper. Shi, whose mind was full of mechas, completely threw the Mirage Dragon behind him, and his gaze was only on the white and red intertwined steel giant in front of him. I seem to remember that there is a course called Introduction to Mech Basics in Space News. Two pairs of sparkling eyes met, with identical desires in their eyes. Xiao Shi, let's take a look at other things. Two children who have never seen the world before have a lot of fun playing in the face of high-tech such as aircraft carriers, floating cars, light mechas, and so on. Until Feng Yiran woke up from a full sleep and saw himself in Jui Fusang's arms again. He let out a cold snort, pinched Jui Fusang's high nose, and exerted a slight force on his hand. Unable to breathe, Jui Fusang helplessly opened his eyes. Is it easy to hold? End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Meeting Emotional Enemies. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 6 Meeting Emotional Enemies. The feeling of losing a little weight is not as good as before, Jui Fusang replied confidently, with a particularly firm tone. Causing Feng Yiran's eyes to squint dangerously, he kicked a big-tailed dragon out of bed with his long leg and landed on his buttocks. Feng Yiran gathered up his sleeping collar, tidied up his clothes, and elegantly stepped on the chest of Jui Fusang, who was lying on the ground. The stunning red dress smoothly brushed over my skin, and my warm feet lightly stepped on my chest. Unexpectedly, Jui Fusang got up quickly with such treatment. Step a few more, then. Faced with harassment from Jui Fusang, Feng Yiran smiled at the corners of her mouth. Otherwise, I'll turn into Huafeng and stomp on you. I'm sure Huafeng really wants to stomp on Jinlong. With joy, he can quickly go online with reason. The golden dragon inside Jui Fusang is clamoring to point its face, so as not to be stepped on by the dead phoenix. Where's the Mirage Dragon? Jui Fusang looked up at the top of the cave but didn't look at Feng Yiran. With this look, Feng Yiran naturally guessed what this guy had done. Only then can one feel guilty. If you can't find the Mirage Dragon, then roll back to the bottom of your sea. Feng Yiran grabbed Jui Fusang's ear in anger, and with great strength, let Jui Fusang take a deep breath. Hey, don't, but I remember I left it here, why can't I find it? Jui Fusang tilted his head to let Feng Yiran grab it more easily, while recalling where he had thrown the Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon coiled at the bottom of the water source was satisfied to see the embarrassed appearance of Jui Fusang, dropping one object at a time. If you lose the old man once, let the Wind Kid teach you a lesson. Will it be at the bottom of the water? If you don't roll out on your own, old thing, do you believe me? I'll burn the dragon with fire. Anyway, both Ranran and I have resistance to flames. Jui Fusang started playing tricks after only a few minutes of searching. Why should he waste that brain if he can solve it with force? Gulu Gulu, stop the Mirage Dragon underwater as soon as it improves, otherwise this madman will set fire later and his old man will have to turn into a dragon trunk. Under the backdrop of her chubby body, her short legs were so difficult and slender that she struggled to swim to the surface of the water. Mirage Dragon saw Jui Fusang holding her chest and smiling mischievously. What a fair face. All they did was bully the elderly dragon. Mirage Dragon, what are you saying? Speak up and let me listen too. Don't go too far with Jui Fusang, the doll is still in my spiritual illusion. The plump and smooth fluorescent blue body of the Mirage Dragon trembled, and the illusion of chi was shrouded in thunderclouds. You're threatening me, Old thing. Jui Fusang bent down, laughing extremely arrogantly. A few strands of golden hair fell to the ground, and he reached out his big hand to pick up the Mirage Dragon that had just emerged from the water. The short limbs of the Mirage Dragon, who was pinched by fate's neck, struggled in vain. Still unable to change, being squeezed and flattened by Jui Fusang. However, Mirage Dragon is taking a bath, and I let him out. The Mirage Dragon, which had been twisted into a ball, rolled its eyes and played with changing its face in person and behind. Even the Qianmian tribe can change without you. Jui Fusang didn't care about the mood of the chubby blue bun in his hand. He brought the Mirage Dragon to the two cubs and signaled to put them back. Why, don't you want to release someone? Holding the back neck of the Mirage Dragon and placing it on the heads of the two cubs, there was no movement of the Mirage Dragon for a long time. Jui Fusang shook and threatened to release two high-temperature golden dragon inflammations. Old man, I just don't care. If you really want to win or lose, your mind will be in a pulp. I will burn you into carbon before your mental strength breaks through my mental barrier. Humph, crazy. No one's most vulnerable mental state is not defense but attack. The Mirage Dragon's chubby claws rubbed out two sleeping consciousness bodies, one purple and one gold, and then gently used spiritual power to send the consciousness body back into the spiritual sea deep in the brain. Although you are not very good, both of these children are good. One inherited your talent, the other is stronger than the Wind Kid, and perhaps there is still a future in the interstellar world. The characteristic of spiritual power is awakening. In order to avoid the children's physical condition not keeping up with the development of spiritual power, Crazy Boy, send the two children to the demon old lady's place. Okay, I will send them to the demon granny's place, Senior Mirage Dragon. When Mirage Dragon and Jui Fusang were quarreling, he came. When Mirage Dragon talked about his training plan, he was also pondering. The demon granny is a master in the field of plants, and she is the ultimate embodiment of the thousand-faced demon vine. Many plant uses that he and Jui Fusang are unaware of are not a problem with the demon granny. Then please trouble the demon mother. In law to lay a solid physical foundation for them before receiving practical training. Feng Yiran took the Mirage Dragon from Jui Fusang's hand and let it rest comfortably in his arms. Watching Jui Fusang, I wish I could throw that annoying old thing out. Senior Mirage Dragon, can you remain conscious in 1 year? No problem, I'm very skilled in mental health. Just give me a few mental hints. If it weren't for your early detection, these remaining guys would have died a long time ago. Oh my, don't say that. It's normal for the elderly to protect their offspring. When I'm tired, find a comfortable place for me to sleep. Ran, the 9 curves and 18 curves of the artificial voice were spoken by Jui Fusang, and goosebumps started to rise. Regarding this, Feng Yiran could only give him a kick to make Jui Fusang shut up. Beating is kissing and cursing is love, but let me handle the Mirage Dragon. Don't carry it around and play with it. How could that be? Jui Fusang smiled and took the Mirage Dragon from Feng Yiran's arms. When he turned around, the already asleep Mirage Dragon was squeezed into a ball of unknown shape. Old thing, although you are kind to me, you take advantage of my wife's situation one by one. He absolutely cannot tolerate it. The more I thought about it, the more angry I became. My fingers were almost pinched into my skin, and the Mirage Dragon didn't even have any signs of waking up. Sleeping so soundly, I don't know what spiritual traits the little ones have awakened. Pretending to fly around outside, Jui Fusang stuffed the Mirage Dragon into his own dragon stomach. The dragon stomach is equivalent to a natural skill of the dragon spirit of the dragon clan, and it exists in the same personal space. That's also why he was able to throw out the Mirage Dragon out of thin air. Feng Yiran tied her long red hair into a high ponytail, holding a child in each hand. Before going to find the demon mother.in.law again, give the 2 cubs some decent clothes, especially the female cub. How could you dress so ugly? Latest white protective clothing. As an ancient Feng family, Feng Yiran is dressed in top-notch clothes. Even if he falls into a high-risk planet without technology, he can step on the smooth fur of a star beast and pluck the softest and smoothest fur. Come and make yourself a unique outfit. Not to mention, the clothes woven from the best fur on these star beasts have really good defense. Even the 9 nights Fusang cannot tear open. 9 nights. Weaver girl. Fusang has understood. Feng Yiran wants clothes, so of course he has to weave. But his request for compensation is not excessive, is it? However, give me a kiss, otherwise my hands will be sore and weak, and I won't be able to pick up the needle and thread. Jui Fusang patiently waited, and Feng Yiran had a small habit of dressing up guys who were classified as his own. As he said, it's pleasing to the eye, and after seeing it, my mood feels comfortable and my work efficiency has doubled. The clothes on his body were designed and made by Feng Yiran. Just a moment. Feng Yiran's 2 delicate eyebrows were about to wrinkle together before he hesitated and said 3 words. Okay. Jui Fusang placed his face in front of Feng Yiran, and only Feng Yiran was reflected in his golden eyes. Feng Yiran trembled with her long and curly eyelashes, and slowly landed a fleeting kiss on Jui Fusang's right cheek. As Feng Yiran was preparing to leave, Jui Fusang stood up straight, holding the sleeping 2 cubs in his arms. He lowered his head and blocked the lips that had just fallen on his face. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, I forcefully kissed Feng Yiran's pale lips, which turned slightly red and swollen. When will you be willing to become a phoenix? When I truly fall in love with you. The female is the phoenix is the male, and the phoenix is one entity. When in love, it changes. Before truly being in love, gender is determined by which form the phoenix likes and uses that form. When Jui Fusang encountered Feng Yiran, the bright lights lit up the day, and the beautiful woman in red clothes was like fire. Her delicate and curvaceous figure stepped on the towering sky, exuding an unparalleled aura. Unfortunately, with the arrival of a great war, seeing this person again will make him Feng Yiran and Fengdi. Becoming a man. Fighting is more ruthless than anyone else, an absolute radical on the battlefield. After spending hundreds of years on this planet, my temper has become much more restrained. Okay, let's go find the materials. Let's see if that unlucky guy has been taken notice of by his own lover. I remember the silk of the ice soul snow silkworm tribe in the cold river is very suitable for weaving socks. The skin of the black sun crocodile in the forest swamp is suitable for shoes, the hair of the plateau jumping rock sheep can be used as clothes, and the blue and translucent fiber of the long vine is suitable for weaving skirts. It shimmers at night, so she will definitely look good wearing it. Jui Fusang patiently listened to Feng Yiran's ideas while holding the two cubs, keeping in mind every ethnic group and what they wanted to achieve. I still remember your taste, why don't you make 2 sets for Shiais? I learned this craft for you, and naturally serve you. I will do whatever you want me to do, and so on. Jui Fusang stared intently at Feng Yiran, as if nothing in the world except for Feng Yiran could enter his eyes. Feng Yiran is uncomfortable. Don't open your face. What should I do if I feel a bit excited? Calm down and think about the details of the short skirt. With a plethora of imaginative ideas in his mind, Feng Yiran finally calmed down. Turning his head to look, he saw Jui Fusang laughing particularly weakly. I'm going to find the star beast, please hold it. After finishing his dry words, Feng Yiran angrily swept towards the swamp, standing above it, raising his hand. The terrifying high temperature spread from Feng Yiran, and the water in the swamp evaporated into gas. A hot and unbearable black crocodile and some swamp creatures floated up. When the black crocodile saw the familiar flames and people, it turned its head and roared. The other black crocodiles quickly dived back into the swamp, and when they came out again, each black crocodile held its shed skin in its mouth. Very good, there isn't too much damage. I won't beat you this time. The black sun crocodile watched the wind leave and climbed onto the shore one by one, waiting for the temperature to drop. They were not always so obedient and sensible from the beginning, they were all beaten by Feng Yiran. What's even more despicable is that they even took away their peeled skin after being beaten, and even despised the incomplete shedding of their skin. Sent another beating. Although the Heishuan crocodile has low intelligence, its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. The bite force of the crocodile is a small problem when biting a mech, but it is also afraid of pain. Not to mention the high temperature, they don't want it to be a dish cooked from the inside out. More than a dozen lessons from the past were laid out there, and from then on, the black crocodile became obedient and sensible. It's not even as ferocious as before. When I see someone near the swamp, I bite them recklessly. This time was very smooth, Feng Yiran said with a smile, holding several tons of black crocodile armor in his hand. It seems that all the inventory from these hundreds of years is here. Jui Fusang kicked the shiny leather armor with his foot, holding Shirzai's left hand with a snap of his finger. Long Yen wrapped the outer layer of leather armor and began to calcine it. The skin shed by the black crocodile can become extremely resilient after being exposed to high temperatures, making it the best leather choice for shoes. Next is the blue ing vine, which needs to be fresh. Hanchuan is too cold, you go. Rather than letting this guy with a pure fire attribute go, it's better to let this guy with a golden fire attribute go. But I don't want to be separated from Ranran. Our rational time is not long, and what is controlled by the beast spirit is either fighting or on the way to fighting. Feng Yiran fell silent, indeed. Huifeng and Jinlong didn't know why they would fight as soon as they met. Asking Huifeng could only get an answer to their fate. Are you so inseparable from me? But look into my sincere eyes. Feng Chenxi woke up at this moment, unable to open her eyes when she woke up from a sea of thunder. Because the hurricane outside is about to scratch her delicate face. Open your eyes, are you joking? A novice dad, a free-range dad, really doesn't know how to raise children. She could only grope for the newly acquired spiritual power, a light purple spiritual power emanating from the girl in the white protective suit. The person holding her should be the one glaring like the sun beside her, and the sea of fire next to her appears so easy to approach in the contrast of the sun. Feng Chenxi tentatively conveyed the demand. I'm not sure if it will be restored. The wind is so strong, my face hurts so much." The spiritual power of Feng Yiran was touched to the point where he instinctively lowered his head to analyze the breath contained in this fragile spiritual wave. The little girl's mouth was wavy with the wind, her face was pulling back, and when she looked at Shi's again, they all received the same treatment. Feng Yiran reached out and grabbed Jui Fusang, who was speeding at high speed. Jui Fusang stopped and looked at Feng Yiran with questioning eyes. "You add a shield for the cubs, maybe I can do it." Feng Yiran supported his forehead with his left hand and covered his eyes, while his right hand pointed to the two pitiful cubs with a fierce expression blown by the wind. "I hope they won't remember this when they grow up." Feng Yiran silently prayed to herself. However, it is regrettable that although Feng Chenxi is weak, there is a strong sense of spiritual fluctuation indicating that the parties involved remember very clearly. Jui Fusang also felt guilty about being questioned in person by the director while sneaking a peek at Feng Yiran during school. Cough, plus. Jui Fusang could only cough to cover up the awkwardness, which was not his child with Feng Yiran. But does he need to hatch eggs after having a child with Feng Yiran? The bloodline of the superstar beast in his body has surpassed that of humans, which is really uncertain. If you have a child, then you won't leave yourself. In just a few seconds, Jui Fusang even thought of what the child's name would be in the future. He will take his children to play under the sea, explore the starry sky, turn on armor, and fight, hiss, but naturally, you murdered your husband. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. If you think about it again, I'll release Huafeng. Humph, let's go. Beauty is so beautiful when angry. Jui Fusang, carrying two cubs, caught up with the extremely fast wind he ran ahead. Remember to add a shield this time to prevent the wind from damaging the fragile cubs. Feng Chenxi finally opened his eyes, and upon closer inspection in his deep purple eyes, he would discover an elf, Lei Huang, soaring among the thunderclouds. Because behind, Jui Fusang even saw the slightly red tips of his ears exposed by the wind lifting his hair. "It's really easy to be shy, my Ranran." Feng Chenxi had never experienced the baptism of emotions, so she naturally didn't know why the person holding her stared straight at her, probably the elder Feng Yiran who followed. Under the light golden semi-transparent cover of Jui Fusang, the high-altitude hurricane was diluted with only a gentle breeze. It was refreshing until it crossed the dense and tall forest and stopped in a valley surrounded by dense vines. Sure enough, the ground was still covered with blue and translucent vines. The witch didn't take care of it, so let's take action. Jui Fusang nodded and casually placed the two cubs outside their condition on a boulder covered in mottled green moss. Even while still asleep, Zhe was stuffed into Feng Chenxi's arms. Then there was a visual feast, where the long sword formed by red flames would harvest the wriggling vines every time it fell. The golden blade followed closely behind, harvesting the blue and translucent vines. That's almost enough. If we cut it down and threaten the main root system of bluing long vine, we won't be able to leave the cubs to the witch to take care of. Okay, let's go find the cute little lamb. Feng Chenxi, who simply thought it was just a cute lamb on the surface as mentioned by Jui Fusang, was lifted up with anticipation of seeing familiar creatures. A roaring flight passed by, and in the high altitude, I saw the cute little lamb in Jui Fusang's mouth. Feng Chenxi is confused, 3 stories tall, covered in swollen brown wool. At first glance, there were ferocious sheep horns that looked particularly sharp, with eyes larger than her head. Feng Chenxi suddenly lifted his head and looked at Jui Fusang, who had spoken these absurd words. Staring at the offspring of Feng Yiran's family, this is Feng Yiran's offspring and cannot move. Jui Fusang pretended not to see Feng Chenxi staring at him, like a bystander who had nothing to do with himself, holding his cub in the high air. He watched as Feng Yiran's sparking kick knocked out the seemingly huge and fierce jumping rock sheep. Feng Yiran kicked the head sheep, and if the jumping rock sheep were attacked, as long as it was not the head sheep, they would scatter and jump away. If the head sheep was attacked, these simple lambs would look at the head sheep urgently and fearfully. It won't run away. Feng Chenxi looked at the sheep under his feet, took out specially crafted large scissors that were half his height, and began to cut the wool with a click. The other jumping rock sheep stared at Feng Chenxi for a long time. Seeing that the head sheep had no reaction and was still breathing, they thought that the head sheep was enjoying the pleasure of grooming. One by one, the huge jumping rock sheep even lined up behind the fainting head sheep. The fainting sheep didn't know that their own sheep were so foolish. After Feng Chenxi trimmed the wool of these 40 or so jumping rock sheep, the sky was already dim. The head sheep, who woke up in a secluded state, stood up, and with ease on its body, it could even jump over its former peak height of 20 meters. The head sheep didn't care who knocked it unconscious, and happily jumped up on a high rock. Led by the head sheep, one by one jumping rock sheep also found the rocks they once dared not try, eager to try. Next is Han Chuan, you come and protect the two cubs. My insulation ability is not as good as yours, but... At this moment, Jin Long roared inside Jui Fusang's body, and something strange had entered his stomach. Damn it, it was all instigated by Huafeng. Nine-Night Fusang, who paid no attention to the roar of the golden dragon, was relaxed with nothing in his hands. Of course, he had to show off well for the companionship opportunity he had earned through the disastrous sales. After all, this Han Chuan has fallen in love with a former rival, the Han Ling Jiao Han Shao. The beast-like Jiao is highly poisonous and furry. It's the furry guy that Feng Chenxi likes, who once thought his crush had run away before he even made a move. The Ice Soul Snow Silkworm is right next door to the rival mountain. It is said that the leader of the Ice Soul Snow Silkworm clan has a good relationship with Han Xiaogui. The silk of the Ice Soul Snow Silkworm clan needs to be willingly spit out by the Snow Silkworm before it can be used, otherwise it is a byproduct of cold poison. Poison you to death, accompanied by white silk for burial. Hey, come out Han Xiao, do you have the silk thread of Ice Soul Snow Silkworm? Feng Chenxi silently turned around. He also knew some of the grudges between the two back then, so there were rarely occasions where they were together. I only remember the silk this time, and I forgot that there was still Han Xiaogui present. A cute white ferret, only the size of an arm, emerged from the ice cave, with clear foolishness and vigilance in its emerald green pupils. It's good that I haven't regained my sanity, but silly Jiao can only fool me. Jui Fusang showed a malicious smile. When the ferret noticed something was wrong and ran back, a warm and extremely uncomfortable heat pinched his tail. Jiao quality in hand, silk not yet in hand. Jui Fusang arrogantly glanced at Feng Chenxi, who was particularly prominent in the white sky not far away, and walked confidently towards the snowy mountain of Ice Soul Snow Silkworm. The cold mink in its state is much easier to deal with than the cold mink in its human form. A simple and deceitful ferret, and a cunning and poisonous military doctor. Jui Fusang, unaware that the frightened white ferret beast spirit was crying and complaining to Han Xiaogui himself, also mentioned the red-clothed beauty that Han Xiaogui was very concerned about. So, on the way to where Ice Soul Snow Silkworm was located, the white ferret held in its hand transformed into a refined young man with white hair, white clothes, and black pants, wearing a single piece of golden silk eyes. Jui Fusang, you'd better let me go within 3 seconds. A light yet highly oppressive low voice came from the hand. When the weight on his hand was not right, Jui Fusang was trying his best to lower his body temperature, but the silly mink still couldn't bear it. Let Han Xiaogui come out. Tisk. Jui Fusang threw Han Xiaogui down with disdain, looking down at him from a high position. Even though he fell into the snowdrift in embarrassment, he still carried his gentle appearance. Still the same as before. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. People who stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 7. People who stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, no more than 9 nights, you have become more famous. The once famous 9 Nights general is now shamelessly sticking behind his former enemies. Wash your hands to make soup. I cannot achieve this kind of broad-mindedness. Han Xiaogui patted the snow on his body, and his deep green eyes calmly looked at Jui Fusang. Jui Fusang was very calm, even laughing out loud. Let me give you a free message. I also learned how to make clothes. Han Xiaogui squinted his eyes dangerously, with extreme malice emanating from the reflection of his single eye. He tidied up his slightly messy clothes and said, "How could you not die in the starry sky and live to waste things? You scold Ran. I want to tell Ran. Is it cold and young? What's going on? My rival, are you a primary school student? If you don't agree, go sue your parents." Pooh, Iran is not his parent. You really have no face. Do you have a wife who wants face? You just want face too much, but then I'm not with you. Xiao, several cold arrows flew towards Han Xiao's heart. Indeed, due to the family's generations of medical practice and the extremely strict range of etiquette and appearance, he could not leave a perfect package. Oh, Ran used to be your roommate, what a great opportunity. TSK, someone didn't grab it. The attitude that Jui Fusang upholds towards his rival in love is to beat the water dog in pain, poke into death, and die is the best. The more angry Han Xiaogui is, the more obvious his smile becomes. At this moment, anyone with eyes can see how happy Han Xiaogui's smile is. If you had allowed Iran to agree to be with you, and you could still be so calm in front of me, you should have boasted long ago. Han Xiaogui reached out and lifted his monocles, then pulled out the arrow with his back hand and threw it back into Jui Fusang's heart. Jui Fusang fell silent for a second. From the various reactions of the person in front of Han Xiaogui, the information he obtained was sufficient to judge that Iran did not agree to be with this person. No, Ran and I have two lovely children. The children's clothes are old, so I need to ask Bing Peshuechan for some thread to make clothes. The highlight in Han Xiaogui's eyes disappeared for a few seconds, and he shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Where is Iran? He wants to see Iran and let Iran tell him personally, so that he can believe it. Jui Fusang left a sentence, wait a moment. The person flew towards the snowy mountain on the right. Jui Fusang flew in front of Feng Yiran, and as soon as he stood firm, he was grabbed by Feng Yiran's hand. Unexpected joy comes unexpectedly. I agree with this excuse. It would be great if Han Xiaogui could give up on me. I originally wanted to make it clear to him after the victory. The result was a win-win situation, and now that it's been dragging on for so long, it's time to end it. Feng Yiran's words were filled with sadness, and the sadness in his eyes was almost overflowing. Feng Yiran, you're serious. I didn't expect to lose one rival on a trip to Hanchuan. Well, let's go. The snow wind lifted his long hair like flames, just as it had appeared in his world back then. Iran, did he force you? You really gave birth to two children for him, why didn't you come to me when you gave birth? I'm at least a doctor. Han Xiaogui rarely loses his manners like this. He tightly grips Feng Yiran's arms with both hands, just because the person in front of him was someone he liked from a young age and had been longing for the 11th day of the 8th lunar month for 700 years. Han Xiaogui, as you can see, the cubs have inherited our talents. Feng Yiran slightly activated the phoenix pattern and dragon seal, so that Han Xiaogui could completely give up. As for the appearance of the cubs, he was wearing a protective cover and couldn't see them clearly. As soon as the golden dragon and thunder phoenix appeared, Han Xiaogui was 7 points convinced, and the remaining 3 points were because he had not seen his appearance, so he could not draw conclusions hastily. Silent for a few minutes, letting the snow fall on him, until Jui Fusang began to impatiently prepare to pull Feng Yiran away. Han Xiaogui finally regained his senses, his face slightly less bloody than when he first met. I have a lot of snow silk in my ice house, and now it's time for the Ice Soul Snow Silk clan to hibernate. It's useless to go there. Han Xiaogui looked at Feng Yiran and said, without even looking at Jui Fusang. Then, lead the way. If you want snow silk, you can. I want one of the children to come to my place to learn medicine, and I'm the only one left in my family. At least inheritance cannot be interrupted. Feng Yiran did not refute in this regard, and everything Jui Fusang wanted to say was suppressed. I'll go back and ask for their opinion. If I agree, I'll let the cub come over. Okay. Han Xiaogui got the answer and walked straight ahead to lead the way. It's not easy to know something when it's in his hands. Anyway, he doesn't believe that Iran really gave birth to 2 children for Jui Fusang. Moreover, his medical skills should indeed be inherited by someone. His condition with Snow Spirit Diao is much better than others. Snow Spirit Diao is timid and rarely takes control except when it comes to playing. Moreover, these 2 children are definitely related to both of them. Otherwise, according to the dog temperament of Jui Fusang, it is impossible to say that this is his child with Feng Yiran. A supreme commander and his strongest blade always have some inexplicable tacit understanding. At least it has nothing to do with him as a military doctor, even if he is ranked first. The past cannot be traced back. Han Xiaogui walked with elegance and dignity, and his heart had already taken several turns. The 3 of them were not slow in their footsteps, and within a few minutes they returned to the entrance where the ferret had come out. After making the 2 behind him wait for a while, Han Xiaogui stepped forward to explore and found an ice gate that almost merged with the vast expanse of glaciers on the left side of the cave entrance, about 10 meters away. He touched the tiny seam and pushed it hard. Pushing open the ice door, I signaled for Feng Yiran and Jui Fusang to come in. Your place is comparable to the territory of the Han family. Feng Yiran looked at the exquisite ice-carved furniture and bookshelves that caught his eye, and even the bed was a natural piece of cold jade. This place is very suitable for preserving medicines, and the witch often sends me some strange medicinal herbs. Don't touch Jui Fusang, it will transform into its childhood appearance. Han Xiaoyu saw that Jui Fusang's hand was about to touch the huifan grass, and he said slowly. After he finished speaking, Jui Fusang also transformed into a child of 3 or 4 years old. I didn't expect you had dragon horn when you were a child, it was a bit cute, 9 nights. At this moment, in Jui Fusang's heart, Han Xiaogui was his first target of revenge. The light golden dragon patterned bamboo robe was loosely draped over his body, with long sleeves dragging the floor. Subconsciously, Jui Fusang's cheeks bulged as he heard a faint laugh. Sharp to the point of killing with a sharp eye, oh, yes, then it's okay. When Feng Yiran saw Jui Fusang turning his head and glaring at Han Xiaogui, he pulled out Feng Chenxi behind him, raised his index finger and placed it in the middle of his lips as a gesture of silence. Feng Chenxi nodded and covered his mouth with a pair of slender fingers, indicating that he understood. Because Jui Fusang had just transformed into a child's bewildered appearance, Feng Chenxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was still Feng Yiran who quickly put both of them behind him and used his body to block Jui Fusang's gaze. Manufacturing is his illusion of laughter. Sure enough, Jui Fusang didn't care at all when he saw that it was him. This narrow-minded man can really make people move at times. Hey, Han Xiaogui, quickly turn me back. I was so angry that I even spoke out my self-proclaimed identity that I had been in school for many years. It seems that I am quite angry. This is the latest one sent by the demon granny, and I have studied its effects. It will recover in 12 hours. Han Xiaogui spread out his hand very innocently, knowing that Jui Fusang likes shiny gemstones and items, which are always placed in the most prominent place. It can illuminate and make a hole for unlucky people at the right time. This plant of retroflex grass is really amazing. The implication is that there is no way to resolve it. We can only wait for time to pass. Jui Fusang had a stomach full of profanity that he wanted to curse, but the thought of still having miners and Feng Yiran by his side forced him to hold it back. Holding the bowl of grass back and forth with a gloomy smile. Han Xiaogui instinctively took a step back and touched the freezer behind him, making a soft noise. The snow silk you want is at the back, don't touch it randomly. Feng Yiran understood and picked up Jui Fusang, who was full of anger and holding on to the returning grass. Since you're awake, let's go on your own. Just as she woke up a bit confused, Shirzei obediently nodded and walked side by side with Feng Chenxi. Although I don't understand why opening my eyes is a strange environment, my father seems to have another child who is almost the same as him. However, Shi'is, you are already a mature adult of 5 years old. You can take care of your younger brother well. Feng Chenxi didn't touch those strange-looking plants all the way, and even held the fallen Shirzei in his palm. Shirzei's face suddenly turned rosy, and Feng Chenxi was eager to take a bite. It's very similar to the apples that outsiders once offered, red and vibrant. Along the way, Han Xiaogui introduced some herbs with strange medicinal effects. For example, it can make people smell baby flowers that have a nausea and vomiting reaction, and touch the leaves of colorful trees that look terrifying and dense with red dots but are not itchy or painful at all. Eating it will turn your whole body into the color you hate the most, and according to experimental reports, blood will also change color. Who is your experimental subject? This is the voice of the 4 people present. Anyway, the herbs that look very strange tend to appear in clusters here in Hanshiji. Finally walked through the long pharmacy and arrived at the destination. Feng Chenxi looked at the miscellaneous room above, expressionless, and followed Shirzei along. It is called a miscellaneous room, which is comparable to the capacity of a warehouse. That pile is all silk. Take away as much as you want, don't touch anything else. There are too many things, and I can't remember clearly. Some are small mechanisms and poisons made on a whim. After giving a word of advice, Han Xiaogui put down the bottle of deep purple potion he was holding in his hand. Yiran, can I have a private chat with you? The Jui Fusang alarm rang loudly in Feng Yiran's arms, holding Feng Yiran's slender waist tightly. Anyway, he's a child now and not a human. You can take him with you. No, Feng Chenxi refused Han Xiaogui's separate invitation. If so, what about him? You mean, Big Brother has news. Feng Yiran's elder brother, the most shining star of the Feng family, stands at the top of the 3S when his talent awakens, and is a dual 3S of physical and mental strength. He is also known as the deity who is on par with the human body, and is the elder brother that Feng Yiran admires and is closest to in his heart, as well as the goal he wants to surpass. What disappeared after the war, Feng Yijing? You said Feng Yijing, then naturally, you go. Speaking of Feng Yijing, Jui Fusang also had to avoid its sharp non-human abnormality. To what extent is he abnormal? It can be said that an army of millions of mechs can be completely killed in just half a day after he starts the beast mode. It was an existence where one person competed with another country. At that time, the Federation was at its peak and most powerful, with a plethora of geniuses emerging. However, it was unexpected that the enemies it faced were truly any race known to the interstellar world. An enemy that cannot be described by non-humans. How many geniuses and great achievements have been destroyed by the war that can lead humanity further? Thinking of him, Jui Fusang also had to let go of Feng Yiran. Because he also wants to know where that non-human is it still alive? Han Xiaoran led Feng Yiran to a room filled with cold heart flowers. A gentle light yellow illuminates this ice house. I haven't given up searching for your brother in these years either. You have all fallen into the side effect of fusing the bloodline of the beast race, bearing the cost of those consciousness bodies' inability to control their bodies. I am fortunate to be a logistics personnel with little combat effectiveness, and the blood concentration I bear is not as strong as those of you frontline combat personnel. I searched this planet rationally and went to the current Federation 300 years ago. Feng Yiran remained silent as she listened to the information conveyed by Han Xiaogui's deep voice. The Federation has split and is divided into an empire and a new federation. The empire advocates your brother's bloodline inheritance law. Soldiers who were once unable to withstand the transformation of the beast race's bloodline are determined to strengthen their own bloodline and intermarry with various races. Among them, the leading ones are the Feng family, the Phoenix family, the Bai family, the White Tiger family, the Hu family, and the Nine-Tailed Fox family. Finally, the Emperor family balances several families and listens to their bloodline. Feng Yiran's eyebrows furrowed as he listened, wondering to what extent the empire had abused his brother's scientific research achievements. The federal government supports technological development and is at a disadvantage. But also because the federal government has always supported technology, an unknown signal was detected. The decryption researchers' analysis showed that your brother is still alive, living in another dimension of the universe. This signal was left by your brother before he was finally devoured by the black hole. That non-human, surprisingly, could still micro-control in front of the black hole, predicting his own survival. The instability of black holes has transmitted the signals left by your brother to the remote star I-9431, a garbage star. Brother. Can he still come back? Feng Yiran sat on the cold iced tiles feeling uncomfortable. And Han Xiaogui crouched down with Feng Yiran. It's unlikely because there is a complex confidential program during parsing, and it took 3 months for the Federation to resolve it. This program, as claimed by Professor Lei, the top federal expert, is the protection mechanism for that latitude space. At present, federal technology cannot break through. Feng Yiran's eyes, covered by bangs, were extinguished and he spoke with hopeful words. Is it okay to use force? Open the black hole again and open another black hole in that direction. This idea is really crazy. Iran, you should know that your brother's energy peak that can trigger a black hole cannot be easily replicated by a genius. Yes, my brother's talent is rare in the world. With a hint of resignation, Feng Yiran felt like he had lost his vitality. If I had known you were going to tell Ranran this bad news, I wouldn't have let you take Ranran away. Nine-Night Fusang, who was 3 years old and dragging inappropriate adult robust men's clothes, pushed open the white curtain that filled the door and walked towards the wind Iran on the ice bricks. 9 nights. Fusang. It's me, but we still have hope, isn't it? Technology can't achieve it now, and in a few hundred years, don't be discouraged. Let's strive to live for thousands more years and wait for your brother to come back. I also want my uncle to hit me lightly when I marry you. Jui Fusang held her horizontally in her arms like a princess, with a strength that did not fit her 3-year-old physique. The princess's feet are still dragging the floor. Han Xiaodang, since you are free to collect information everywhere, can my former general give you orders? Han Xiaogui silently saluted Jui Fusang, a very standard military salute. Fold your waist at 60 degrees Celsius, place your right hand on your waist and abdomen, press your left hand against your pants, and gaze at the ice. 10 seconds later, Han Xiaogui stood straight in his upright military posture told Jui Fusang the answer. So, my personal military doctor, special editor of the Yaohua team, Colonel Han Xiaogui, hide your identity, leave the polar forbidden zone, go to the Empire, carry out information collection tasks, and depart in 6 months. I think, at least, the Federation is still the United Federation. Split up, right? I'll pinch it up again for you. 9 nights, you only gave me 6 months, how can I teach my disciple? Just bring a few communicators back. He must have his reason for us to stay on this planet. After Jui Fusang finished speaking, he carried the princess in his arms and walked out. Damn Jui Fusang, sending him on a business trip gives him more time to get close to Iran. However, this is exactly what I want, and I also want to see to what extent those people have been stirring up the Federation. It's not a problem to intermarry with various ethnic groups, but is there any tricks involved? He's very interested in it. Han Junyi smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, lifted his monocles, and his deep green eyes looked towards the ice wall. The pure ice, hazy, reflects the appearance of the cold young man, like an ancient copper. Iran won't let go, those monsters that could make a comeback at any time are hovering in the corners of this universe. Without Feng Yijing this time, what do you corrupt high-level officials use to protect the chairs under your buttocks? He is also Super 3S now, God. The Polar Forbidden Area is the name they created for Feng Yijing and to isolate themselves, who lack much rationality. When he was rational and crazy, he also poisoned many high-level rotten oranges who came to this planet to search for them. Afterwards, this became a high-risk planet, and the remaining residents also evacuated, turning this once named Mulioli planet into a primitive planet. There is no technology, no existence outside of the star beast. It's simply a joke to isolate oneself and protect those ignorant people who blindly claim that the wind is rain. Han Xiaogui tidied up his mood and decided to go see Feng Yiran. His words almost extinguished Feng Yiran's hope. He has organized the language as tactfully as possible. Let's go, I miss Tuanzi's chest. I have already shared the clothes with you spiritually. By the way, finding an excuse to escape from here, Feng Yiran was stopped by Feng Chenxi. Don't cry. If your brother is very strong, you must firmly believe that he will always be a strong presence wherever he is, and he will be good. Feng Chenxi held Shirzei with one hand and patted Feng Yiran's head with the other, muttering childish words that even Jui Fusang wanted to laugh at. To coax the children, he jolted the wind Yiran. Jui Fusang gestured for the wind Yiran to look at the cub he had been protecting. Clap your head, your troubles are flying away. We are happy children. When my mother was here, she comforted her like this, and she has always kept this habit. Feng Yiran looked at the child in front of him who was smiling at him. Daringly scolding oneself for not being able to withstand even a child psychologically. Okay, we are still happy children. Feng Yiran also touched Feng Chenxi's head. Aha, we are all happy children. Shirzei also wanted Xiaoxi to touch his head. Blinking his pure golden eyes, Shirzei naturally didn't let go. I, however, am also a child. Righteous and very upright, he is now a stranger who has broken into a harmonious family of 4. Han Xiao's forehead was bulging, and he coughed a few times in an attempt to exchange for the 4 people who were possessed by the child. He doesn't care about the real child, you old rascal who is about to break the 1,000, why are you still pretending to be a child? Jui Fusang distributed some of his spare light to Han Xiaogui and calmly looked at the returning grass he had released. Close, there is still a distance of 3 meters. Ran, okay, it's all children. Feng Yiran didn't care about his sadness and didn't comfort a big child. He didn't finish. Staring closely at Han Xiaogui on this side, his hand accidentally touched the pink and white intertwined leaves of Huifan grass. Under the gaze of Jui Fusang gloating, Han Xiaogui also turned into a 3-year-old child. Single-sided glasses have all fallen into the pile of clothes. Puff, Han Xiaogui, kids, do you want to touch your head? Ha ha ha. 9. Night. Help. Sang. Anger broke through the string of reason, and Han Xiaogui, rolling his clothes and sleeves, stumbled over. The hands struggling out of their sleeves were shining green, clearly poisonous. Then Jui Fusang shamelessly pushed his own cub Shiai's up. The sudden break of Han Xiaogui hit the thick ice brick with a loud bang. My forehead was kissed by the ice with a snap. Hurry up and get hot water, my head is sticking. There is hot water in the icy and snowy area. Do you want Longyan? As soon as your dragon fever erupted, all the medicinal herbs I preserved using the cold air were wasted, hot water. TSK, you don't need to wait for the quickest one. I still have the snow silk confiscated, 1 roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls. Jui Fusang let go of the wind and swayed slowly to the position where the ice soul snow silk was placed, deliberately collecting it one by one. Iran, please. Finally, Han Xiaogui had to seek help from Feng Yiran. I'll go outside and fetch some snow to melt for you. Thank you, Yiran. He really flirts with his wife all the time. If it weren't for luck, the clothes would have been padded, causing the whole face to stick. How does it feel to shrink, Dr. Han? Feeling, very, good. Almost 5 words squeezed out from between my teeth. Han Xiaogui lay on his clothes, his forehead firmly attached to the ice. Pulling it out forcefully would only cause him to lose a piece of skin and ridicule from the guy around him. Wait, Jui Fusang. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Bald Peng. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 8. Bald Peng. Han Xiaogui waited for 2 minutes, and Feng Yiran took a large piece of snow from outside and wrapped it with spiritual power to isolate the cold outside. What is the temperature of this water? Before Feng Yiran fell, Han Xiaogui quickly asked. Probably, it's the highest melting point of water. Understood. Han Xiaogui used his light green spiritual power to release it, forming a protective film, and then let Feng Yiran pour down the hot and steaming snow water. Sting the white mist shrouded, and as soon as the hot water came into contact with the outside world, it began to cool down, and then quickly froze within a few seconds of coming into contact with the ice surface. Han Xiaogui seized the moment when the ice bricks melted and freed his forehead. The cold young man with a frozen red forehead gently glanced at the incredibly happy Jui Fusang. Then, the realm that only reached the level of over 3S quietly descended upon Jui Fusang alone. The most basic domain capability, all negative impacts delayed, unlimited. Unless there is an ability to counteract, such as purification. As far as he knows, Jui Fusang does not have this ability. Be a child for a few more years. No, there are many restrictions on children. If any enemy appears, they will not resist in time and die, which is their loss. Just 6 months, he will be relieved when he leaves. Han Xiaogui despised himself for a second for being too kind. Then I watched as Jui Fusang, who was unaware of it, was still holding on to the embrace of Feng Yiran, who had become smaller and more reckless. Now that I'm an adult, don't make any fuss, you know. Carrying a 9-night mulberry tree on his back, Feng Yiran, who was carrying 2 cubs in his arms, was ready to bid farewell and go home. Since that's the case, let me help take Jui and see you off. Han Xiaogui sent a very gentlemanly signal of help. I don't want the cold little girl to hug me, I just want to hug me naturally. But now you are on Yiran's back. That's because I disdain to grab my mother's embrace with my own child, and I've only been able to hold them for a few years now. I've grown up, So, it's very suitable for me to take you along, and it can also relieve some of Yiran's pressure. At the center of the controversy, Feng Yiran looked up at the sky with a wooden expression in his eyes. Here we go again. It's okay, I don't think it weighs much. So, I'll leave first. The wind tightened and I moaned. In the warm embrace of Feng Yiran, watching the 2 handsome men's clever interactions, I realized later that this was not like the concubines competing for favor in the homes of wealthy officials. Suppressing this discovery in his heart, Feng Chenxi's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion after being challenged by his values. Her Majesty the Empress felt that she had opened the door to a new world. But because the protagonists of the current topic are indeed good-looking. After all, Feng Chenxi calmed down, he wanted to continue watching, but Feng Yiran had already rejected Han Xiaogui and flew home with his family. He, who excels in 3S, can't resist the hundreds of pounds of meat on his body, it's a joke. At night, Hanchuan has a magnificent aurora that other planets do not have, so Feng Yiran chose to stop and watch for a moment. Unprecedented natural wonders overpowered Shirzai and Feng Chenxi, but at least Feng Chenxi was a national group favorite princess who grew up with thousands of pets. In just a few seconds, I cleared my expression and looked at the light that was almost within reach with appreciation. It is said that a special type of star beast can eat the aurora and weave fabrics like the aurora. These fabrics are very effective in defending against mental attacks. As long as a small piece is worn on the head, it can be immune to mental attacks below level S. Jui Fusang spoke in a crisp and immature yet exceptionally mature tone, revealing little known information about the star beast. 9 Knights, you are truly worthy of the walking star beast ceremony. What is the name of that star beast? A rare star beast named May Spider is harmless. I want it. Little brat, when will you be able to survive in the cold river without relying on our protective shield? If you want to have the dream of a sleeping spider again. Okay, I will work hard. Absolutely have a sleeping spider, a star beast weaving aurora, rare, she wants to become stronger. Catch. Find the sleeping spider. Feng Chenxi nodded seriously, his purple eyes being the same as his and Feng Yiran's foolishness. Why be so persistent? Is it true that his Jui and Feng families are rich in stubborn ghosts? Alright, we're home now. The children need to sleep well to grow taller. I'm not a child, then. Returning to the perfectly arranged nest, Feng Yiran was extremely relaxed. It's very convenient to put the 3 children on the big bed and cover them with blankets. Moreover, I can't sleep. Once I fall asleep, perhaps the one who wakes up is Golden Dragon. Jui Fusang has pink cheeks with dragon horns and plump flesh. The aggrieved corners of her mouth are pulled down, and her eyes are pitiful. Lying in the plush fur is really cute to the heart. Even when Shirzai slept a lot on the side, his eyes were bright and lively, and he really looked like he could train for 3 days and 3 nights. Only Feng Chenxi slept soundly when she got fluffy. She had a premonition that if she didn't sleep a little longer, she wouldn't have such a leisurely time to sleep in the future. So 3 people who couldn't sleep took out the materials they had collected. Start making clothes. The size or something is just a matter of taking a few more glances at Jui Fusang. Sharper, the skirt should be longer. Yes, I think she would prefer longer dresses, just keep it simple in daily life. Embroider phoenix patterns on the pants legs, and my Feng family always uses phoenix patterns. However, your matter is so complicated. That's what I designed based on ancient literature. You can do it, she eyes. Take the leather armor from your hand. The sky was bright, and 1 big and 2 small children who stayed up all night feeling particularly energetic were very satisfied with the 7 or 8 pre-made dresses. The rest is for daily life, combat, training, and girls' intimate clothing. Don't peek, you 2 young men. Feng Yiran, who had been a woman for 12 years, was particularly adept at handling this type of clothing. Feng Chenxi, who woke up from the blanket bed, looked up and saw 10 whole dresses exuding my inhumane and low-key luxury. Where are her cheap younger brother and Uncle Feng? Unconsciously walking towards the direction of the clothes, it is a woman's nature to love beauty. In the 7th dress, a light blue waist wide-sleeved flowing fairy skirt is even smoother than silk. Feng Chenxi could almost imagine the silky sensation of flowing clouds and water as she walked in it. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that there were mountains, rivers, and streams imprinted on the interior, layered and intricate, making it impossible for a work to be completed overnight. Seemingly simple and generous, but actually complex and gorgeous. It's really beautiful. Just like it, accept it, yours. Thank you. I, Feng Yiran, don't know how you came here, and I can probably guess a little. If you don't mind, call me Father. Father, can she still call this name? Feng Yiran looked at the girl with hopeful eyes, her hair with a hint of purple at the end, making her look quite playful. In this way, when you return to the Feng family and move out of my name, they will all have to call you Little Ancestor. And this benefit. Okay, Father. Feng Chenxi looked up with a bright gaze at Feng Yiran. At this moment, Feng Chenxi only had the word ancestor in her mind. In the Snow Moon Kingdom, she was the youngest princess and had done everything, but she had never been called Little Ancestor. by anyone. Hey! Come on, give this a try. Feng Yiran took the tight-sleeved long shirt handed over by Shirzei from behind. There was a black armor on the left shoulder, and the pants were loose at the top and tight at the bottom, similar to a training suit. The clothes are made from local materials and there is no planetary repulsion. The magnetic field emitted by these clothes is enough to replace protective clothing. Shirzei also changed into the same black version of the clothes, and the white hair was as if it had been dyed with a touch of gold. Father, will my hair also turn purple in the future? It depends on your compatibility with the beast spirit inside your body. Got it. I will send you to the demon granny's place in the afternoon. You should grow up as soon as possible. Do you know? Feng Yiran was possessed like an old mother, holding on to her two cubs and reciting fragmented thoughts. At this moment, he remembered his mother, who had been reminding him to be careful when he decided to turn into a phoenix and go to the battlefield, for a whole hour. It's still the older brother who promised to protect himself, and only then can the mother let go. Feng Yiran shook her head and communicated with Huifeng. These 2 days of clarity have been a rare and long time. Huifeng, wait a little longer. I want to pass on my cultivation experience to Chenxi. Chenxi, come on, don't resist me. Feng Chenxi Shang's fragile spiritual sea, Lei Huang, raised her eyes to look at the fiery phoenix aura hidden in Feng Jiren's spiritual power. Just flapping his wings as a warning. Feng Yiran left behind a huge white diamond-shaped crystal burning with flames. Go outside and find Uncle Jui. Feng Yiran endured the sudden drowsy pulling sensation and, in the final moment of awakening, pushed away Feng Chenxi and Shirzei, transforming into a flame and disappearing into the sky. Feng Chenxi looked anxiously in the direction of Feng Yiran's departure, put away her beautiful dress and the pile of clothes piled up behind Feng Yiran. Pull up Xiai's hand and run outside. Shirzei didn't blush this time. He looked at the girl holding his hand running out, grabbed it back, and pulled Feng Chenxi back to run. I'll take you to find Dad. The fire phoenix has already come out, and the golden dragon is afraid that it won't be long before it comes out to pursue its aura. Dad! At the entrance of the cave, on the side near the sea, Jui Fusang stood on the rocks of the nearest sea, her tender body covered in golden dragon scales. I'm here, how can I survive? Remember. Your dad, I'm going to find Huifeng. Remember, take the girl next to you and live. This vine can lead you to find the location of the witch, don't die on the road. Leaving behind a gray-blue vine, Jui Fusang plunged into the water, giving Feng Yiran more time to hide. It's best to find a place to hide your own breath. It's really not as good as thieves and phoenixes as humans. I was quickly controlled by instinct. Jinlong, you and I are like this now. If we go find Huifeng, we will die, right? When it comes to deciding life and death, each person depends on their abilities. Everyone depends on their abilities. Come on, I'm going to take a nap. Jinlong's childhood is like an egg. So, in a corner of the depths of the sea, there is an imposing, golden giant egg. The instinct of the golden dragon can only be to roll from the spot to a stone cave a few meters away, no matter how mischievous it is. Finally, get stuck inside the cave. Feng Chenxi and Shirzei squatted on the vine thrown out by Jui Fusang. Even Feng Chenxi poked a branch. There was no movement. You say, how did it take us to find the demon mother? Law. Throw bubbles into the water, see if they can survive. Shirzei picked up the gray and blue vines on the ground in silence, and then turned around in place. To the southwest, in the Shifeng Desert. Let's go then. Shirzei remained motionless. He had not eaten for a whole day and his eyes had turned black from hunger. However, the strength of the golden dragon bloodline never allowed his descendants to starve to death, which would be ridiculed by his dragon. Wait for me, go catch a few fish. The dragon race is very good at eating, but once they are full, they can go without eating for a long time. For Shiais, who has been struggling to eat for a long time, this is a luxury. I have something called nutrient solution here, it's still concentrated. Give it a try. Feng Chenxi took out a pink can that could hold 10 people for half a year. I haven't seen any plants like this before. This is called a strawberry, sour and sweet. Shirzai only picked some wild fruit trees that were either sour or bitter. What is the taste of sour and sweet? Shirzai took the pink jar, it was as big as his brain. Feng Chenxi recalled his memory and pressed down a prominent yellow dot on the jar as Shirzai held the nutrient solution. Enter the number printed on the bottle cap again, and a 3 cm sized opening will appear. Shirzai smelled the unique aroma of fruit, and his strong stomach made a few growls. Shirzai didn't have time to feel embarrassed and couldn't wait to drink. He is too hungry. Although it was sticky and only had a slightly sour and sweet taste similar to what Feng Chenxi described. I don't like it a bit. This is the first feeling that Shiais has had with nutrient solution. Then looking at the girl in front of him, he felt like he still had to finish drinking. Just as he watched Feng Chenxi, he suddenly drank a full can of nutrient solution. A can of nutrient solution with a capacity of 1 L, after drinking it all, Shirzai actually felt a sense of fullness. This is his first time eating. He should be hungry soon after drinking enough water. Obviously, Shiais did not know the thickness of the nutrient solution for 10 people in half a year. Shirzai brought the jar over and signaled that he had finished drinking. Let's go to the Shifeng Desert, you lead the way. Jiu, are you leaving now, Jiu? A large spotted sparrow was holding a small fruit tree full of fallen fruits in its mouth, leaning against a rock on one side. Yeah, we're going to find the witch. Flower, it's been a long time, can you give me a few of your fruits? Shiais greeted the spotted sparrow with familiarity and attempted to order some snacks. Jiu, no problem, you pick Jiu. The spotted sparrow flew down very happily and lowered the fruit tree in its mouth a bit. Shirzai picked 6 green fruits but didn't pick them. Flower, if you eat less sweet fruits, you will gain weight and you won't be able to fly fast anymore. Z's, Jiu understands Jiu. Jiu is a sweet fruit for my sisters, Jiu. Okay, the flowers are for my sisters. And Feng Chenxi stood by Shirzai's side, thinking that she was not someone with such a low sense of existence. The only possibility was that this chubby sparrow ignored her. Jiu, how do you feel like the sky is going to thunder? Jiu, the flowers are going back to collect insects and dry up, Jiu. At this moment, a white and vast thunder fell from the sky between heaven and earth. The central spotted sparrow. Jiu, so numb. The power of this thunder is very low, and the paralysis effect is good. It won't threaten the life of this chubby sparrow who is fighting against Xiao 99, just a little lesson is enough. The thunder phoenix in the spirit sea is already angrily creating thunderclouds. As the lord of all birds and a towering sky lord, how could thunder phoenix, born with nobility and arrogance, tolerate the following offenses of the spotted sparrow? This white thunder was spontaneously triggered by Lei Huang's lightning power and struck down. Let's go, it's already noon. If we don't leave again, we'll stay here overnight. No, Shaoxi, let's go, Hua. Goodbye, I'll come find you to play when I have time in the future. Okay. Okay. Jojo. My mouth feels a bit numb and trembling, and I can't speak fluently. Shirzai lowered his head and glanced at the fruit in his hand, then gave one to Feng Chenxi. Then let Feng Chenxi save the rest into the space button. When I was young, when I couldn't take care of myself, I took care of myself like my mother. My dad often turned into a dragon, and every time he changed, it lasted for a long time. I survived by relying on flowers. Shirzai didn't quite understand why these words were so natural, so he spoke them out with ease. It's really strange. Feng Chenxi, who was originally a bit jealous, listened to this and was left with infinite compassion towards Shirzai. Well, let's go. Feng Chenxi bit the green fruit in his hand. It was very sweet. Is it sweet? I've heard Hua say it many times, and this time when I saw her pulling it up by the roots and taking it away, I guessed it was a sweet fruit. Try it. A sweet green fruit with delicate teeth marks was brought to her mouth by Xiaoxi. He and Xiaoxi have a sweet fruit. The ears turned red silently, and Shirzei obediently lowered his head to bite into this sweet fruit with a different meaning. Very sweet, very sweet. That's good, let's go. Hua was still relieving the numbness on her body, trying to tilt her head and keep her fist-sized eyes fixed on the two of them as they gradually walked away. Z's, Hua knows you care a lot about Little Boss, so Hua helped you test Little Boss. The boss also cares about you, even thunder doesn't hurt it. It's just a pity that the flower has been searching for the sweet fruit tree for a long time. I was chopped, can I still survive if I take it back and plant it now? Jiu, the flower's heart sends out sympathy, she really wants to eat sweet fruit. At night, resting in a huge bird's nest on a big tree. Feng Chenxi slept soundly while holding Shirzei. Shirzei also slept very peacefully this time. There is never peace of mind in the forest at night. A bald Peng with crimson eyes stared at the two tender night snacks in the bird's nest from high altitude. Because of concerns, this is the territory of those super SS-level star beasts who submit to that crazy bird. Bald Peng is afraid to take action for the time being. As long as he walks out of this small forest for 2 nights, he can take action. As the former hegemon who once led this area and has now fallen to the present, the lonely family and widowed Peng are all good deeds done by the suddenly appearing phoenix. As soon as he started, he beat himself half to death without following the rules and even pulled out his beautiful feathers, setting fire to his face. If it weren't for his strength, which was close to SSS, resisting the fire and finding a golden dragon to extinguish it. He is now a bald Peng who cannot fly. I, Peng, must avenge such a great grudge. Feng Chenxi and the other two didn't even know that danger was about to come. She walked for a long time and almost got blisters on her feet. Fortunately, these shoes are really good and have greatly protected her feet. Thank you, Father, for being proactive. The night passed quickly, and when the mist dissipated, Feng Chenxi woke up. I always feel like I've been staring at something all night. Eyes, we're up now. It's time we made our way. Feng Chenxi pushed Shirzei, and Shirzei lifted his head from Feng Chenxi's embrace with blurred eyes. Good morning, Xiaoxi. There is a small spring not far from this tree, and the water inside is very clean. It's no problem to use it for washing. Shirzei jumped off a tree branch about 10 meters high without a frown and stood steadily on the grass. Looking up at Feng Chenxi still in the bird's nest. Okay, here we go. Feng Chenxi looked up at the sky again, and through the gaps between the leaves, he could vaguely see a disk lying high above his head. Is it some uneasy bird tribe who came to bid farewell? No, being stared at all night is not an illusion. When she was young and not yet proficient in martial arts, she was often assassinated, and the feeling of being stabbed in her back was too familiar. I came to a strange environment to relax. No, we need to find a way to get rid of or kill him. Feng Chenxi restrained his killing intent in his eyes and flew down from the bird's nest. Their biggest advantage is their petite figure, surrounded by dense trees and low visibility at high altitudes. I don't rule out the possibility of having the ability to lock in. Is delaying action taking into account something? Feng Chenxi's brain is running at high speed again, and possible information is filtered out one by one. White clothes are very eye-catching, while black is easier to hide. She remembered collecting a few black clothes and putting them in the space button. Eyes, my clothes are dirty. Go to the bushes over there to change them. Okay, Xiaoxi, let's go. While looking down for something, Zhe raised his head to look at Feng Chenxi and waved his hand at him. The bald Peng in the sky did not see Shirzei raise his hand, and he did not care about temporarily losing the trace of his prey. His superb sense of smell and perception has already locked in two small dim sum. I even feel tired from flying and fly towards the nearby cliff. Then stand on the cliff for a small rest. End hunters will always be able to handle it with ease. He likes to watch his prey being chased, with a desperate expression of hope shattered. This will make him extremely happy, and the prey will be much more delicious. After changing into black pants and long clothes, I casually reused some broken fabrics and tied the cuffs and cuffs tightly. Eyes, what is watching us in the dark? We need to run back now, and we cannot reveal our purpose of returning. Feng Chenxi leaned down and whispered in Shirzei's ear. Then we need to change the scent and body shape, and we also need two things of similar body shape to confuse him. Shirzei looked dangerously at the sky covered by layers of leaves. I know where the Baiyuan tail can change the scent. In terms of body size, the young red gorilla not far away has a similar body size to us. Moreover, red gorillas are very protective of their young, and if they make a secret move, they will have to accept pursuit from the red gorilla tribe. I'll negotiate with the red gorilla. Take off your clothes and give them to me. Shirzei nodded and took off his shirt with his backhand. You can put on this black suit first. Feng Chenxi quickly took out a set of clothes from the space button, covering Shirzei's thin body that could see his sternum. Eat more in the future, you're too thin, you know. Okay, the red gorilla is very friendly to me, and it should be the same to you. So, let's split up and take action. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 9. Feng Chenxi groped towards the red gorilla and tried to walk in the dark as much as possible without deviating from the general direction. During this period, I encountered several sleeping large raptors, falcons. She felt that this might be a good opportunity, and if anything unexpected happened, these few raptors might be the last resort. This place is really dangerous, it's incomparable to the place she used to stay in. And what can arm oneself? Knives, swords, or locally sourced stones, perhaps there is some poison. Although her gaze, which she was secretly staring at, weakened, her mind became even more excited about the dangerous string jumping. Why haven't we seen the figure of the red gorilla around yet? There are indeed some remnants of chimpanzee activity here. Is it migration? Not good. How can we move to the rescue team like this? Once Shiais collects the Baiyuan tail, the smell will become strong and will definitely attract the enemy in the dark. Chimpanzees, where are you? Feng Chenxi became more eager and cautious in his actions, looking at the shrubs and hanging vines around him. The cool breeze blew by, and a hint of crimson appeared before his eyes. This is the red gorilla. Perhaps it's still a cub. Hello, may I ask where your adults are? A mysterious black compound eye of an unknown creature carrying a red gorilla cub looked at Feng Chenxi with inorganic matter, completely different from the gaze of a living creature. If you have to describe it, it is more appropriate to use a drooling gaze when looking at food. Moreover, the predator in front of him, dressed in a red gorilla, exudes a dangerous aura that is no less than the massive bird-like aura that can be glimpsed through the leaves. If so, we can guide the one in front of us to the other side and make them both lose in battle. No, in this way, if one side overwhelmingly wins and eventually becomes even stronger to chase after them, it will not be worth the loss. A pair of sharp, dark mouthparts emerged from the top of the red gorilla's head, but without any blood. Is there a possibility that the red gorilla was chased and fled from its habitat by this guy? Shoo. See. What do you mean, he is? Run. Lei Huang issued a warning in the sea of spiritual power and integrated with Feng Chenxi's own thoughts. Feng Chenxi doesn't even want anything exposed by high-speed movement at this moment. It's important to save your life. She was well aware of the cost of using water to move without leaving a trace, as she picked up a difficult path and began to use her lightness skills as soon as she returned. At this moment, the urgent crisis behind us is like a shadow, and we have to avoid its sharpness. Whatever the consequences are, let's survive and talk about it. The skin of the red gorilla cubs has been blown by the wind, half draped over the eerie creatures with dark compound eyes. It's probably a living organism. The ghost behind me is getting closer and closer to me. It's been almost 20 minutes. My internal strength is not enough. By relying solely on physical strength, one cannot run far. Xiaoxi. What's wrong with you? Finally, I saw Xiai's. The two colorful tail feathers in Xiai's hand looked like Bai Yuan's tail. Run quickly, the ghosts behind you are invincible. Shi also knew the seriousness of the situation, and he ran away much faster than Feng Chenxi. He grabbed Feng Chenxi's hand with his back hand and pulled him to run. Xiaoxi, this is what my dad called the Outland Demon Head. He is invincible and fearless of water and fire. It's actually very easy to eliminate it, just feed it. Stuff it. What should we feed it to? It just finished eating a red gorilla cub that's almost the same size as us. What to feed it with? The one you gave me to drink. This outland demon is still young, and its good and evil have not been taught by the ethnic group. Dad said he can try to tame it and make it a spy. Feng Chenxi. This is truly you, Uncle Jui Fusang. Your idea is very bold, she did it. Begging for wealth insurance, done it. Feng Chenxi took out 2 cans of nutrient solution from the space button and threw one to Shi, while the other was thrown to the extraterrestrial demon chasing them closely behind him. Z. The little thing sounds a bit cute. This is Feng Chenxi's divergent thinking, which is not focused on the situation. Look, it's drunk. Shi was constantly observing the demons outside the domain, and his father's spy plan was on his mind. Slow down the speed. Another can. Z. The extraterrestrial demon behind stopped chasing and stopped in place. Shi pulled Feng Chenxi closer and closer to this seemingly restrained aggressive creature. Z. Feng Chenxi bent down and picked up a long branch from the ground. I approached the stopped extraterrestrial demon tentatively, and then used the fastest speed in my life to pick out the pitiful and tragic red gorilla cub from the extraterrestrial demon. External demons. Is it the big crustacean bug in front of me with a dark and eerie body? It's a bit ferocious and a bit ugly. Feng Chenxi wrote his expression on his face, clearly disgusted by such a glaring object. Yengo's ultimate DNA has awakened. It's good. It's ugly. Can you not execute this plan? I think you and I can work together to destroy them when we grow up. ZH. The extraterrestrial demon, who was slowly and cherishing the nutrient solution, heard that he was ugly and burst into a wave, temporarily struggling from the desire to eat. Then continue to absorb the nutrient solution after speaking. Xiaoxi, do you think there's a possibility that it's already good? Looking among the demons outside the domain. How ugly this extraterrestrial demon really is. It's not surprising that the Empress has no knowledge, and she has never seen such an ugly person before. The fine and sharp spines all over are simply the gospel of densely phobic patients, wishing to see the kind of gospel that immediately flees far away. Then there were even some twisted faces on the dark shell that looked like crying upside down. 8 small feet were trembling, and there were 16 pairs of feet that looked very strong and powerful at first glance. Plus huge compound eyes and mouthparts. Sorry, not closing her eyes was already her greatest restraint. Zizi, I really can't do anything with your food. You can speak. Shi cautiously pulled Feng Chenxi back a step. Z. We are the highest predators nurtured by the noble ink-patterned universe, the god of devouring the source. How could I not understand what you're saying? I just disdain to communicate with you guys about food. The thing inside that iron lump just now was delicious, I still want it. Food also has dignity. What's wrong with food? It won't last a lifetime. You can't see yourself clearly, you can't even respect food, I'm afraid you don't even know how to respect yourself. Z. Yan Yuanshen was overwhelmed by Feng Chenxi's barrage of questions. Respect food. Respect yourself. Do they need to be respected? Firstly, you need to change your appearance and live up to your eyes. Change yourself, Z, it's impossible. My perfect body, don't change it. Z. The devouring god was angry. With such a perfect self, the food even despised its ugliness and tried to change its appearance. It's simply unbearable. The dark mist instantly enveloped Shirzei and Feng Chenxi. It also woke up the bald Peng in the high altitude who was preparing to take action due to the prey moving at high speed. This unknown and powerful spirit is warning me, forget it. It's not good to offend the god of death for too small dim sum. Bald Peng chooses a strategic retreat. The black mist gradually dissipated, and Shirzei and Feng Chenxi also disappeared. A huge honeycomb-shaped sealed fortress stands amidst the strong wind and yellow sand, half in the desert and half in the starry sky. This is the punishment given by the devouring god to food, accepting everything that one cannot bear the most. To achieve the pleasure of tormenting food. In the fortress, Feng Chenxi numbly carried boxes of sealed blood, with yellow sand and gray stains on his disheveled and dirty face, and clothes that had been sewn countless times. I can't even protect against wind and sand. There are dozens of women like her on the periphery, mostly born by selling blood in the red zone. Compared to her, it's a bit more nourishing. Feng Chenxi finished the day's transportation at sunset and returned to the small and dim room outside with a few cold and hard-dried meat from the sunset. Pushing open the indestructible iron door for her, Feng Chenxi sat wearily on the iron bed, waiting for half an hour without seeing the familiar figure. Feng Chenxi panicked. It is now the 17th year under the rule of the noble swallowing god race, and humanity is in dire straits. The former rulers of the planet have become rare creatures, at least in the eyes of some high-level swallowing gods. I particularly love human blood. Feng Chenxi couldn't believe that he was also dead and why he was still alive. Picking up the explosive bombs that were secretly hidden under the bed, Feng Chenxi held them close to him and pushed the door open, leaving him completely dumbfounded. There was nothing she didn't understand about the dazzling and laughing Yan Yuanshen and her own boyfriend who was like a licking dog in front of her. Feng Chenxi licked his dry and furry lips, and the hoarse sound sounded like a chainsaw. Shiais, you're still at this point. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter anymore, this world is so dirty. Even you sell your own blood to survive. I am still the only one left. Feng Chenxi sat slumped on the dry sand, recalling the recent abnormalities of her boyfriend and her increasingly difficult work, with a numb smile. This base is extremely strict in managing the number of humans and is extremely important for human life, as it is a necessary population for human continuation. Because the devourers are extremely fond of human blood. A few days ago, by chance, she overheard her boyfriend talking to an unfamiliar voice and wanted to hand herself over to the research institute. A woman without any mental strength or ability could live to this day, and her blood must be rare. He is the best white mouse for conducting experiments. Shiais couldn't bear to turn his head, at least he was someone who had been protecting him for several years, and he couldn't justify not having any emotions. Xiaoxi, if you go to the research institute, you will live better than now. Me. I will also live better. It's already like this now. I also want to live well. Even if it's bleeding 3 times a month. The swallowing source god looked at Shiais with a look of despair, and his eyes flashed with disdain, as if he spoke with great compassion. Take this person away, I need a fresh taste of blood slave. Don't worry, he will live well. Stay tuned. Feng Chenxi looked at Shirzei with unfamiliar eyes. The man who used to protect himself even when facing the death of the Yen Yuan god and supported each other all the way to the present day has changed and become unfamiliar. He even betrayed himself and his oath. Feng Chenxi had a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. She was not a good person at first. Since she wanted to destroy the home she had worked hard to maintain, how could she make him succeed? With a face full of withered yellow sand and deep despair, Feng Chenxi stared at the two people and the human compatriots behind him. Some are gloating, some are numb, and some even look at themselves like ants. She just didn't show any respect for herself, as if her life wasn't as important as the taste of the devouring god in front of her. Ha, Fengchen, when did you live such a miserable life? Bag. She eyes, do I look foolish in your eyes? A CEO from over a dozen planets works hard to learn gentleness for you. Before, it was me who was blind. Feng Chenxi slowly stood up from the ground. If you want me to be your springboard, there's no way. If you make it difficult for me, I won't be able to get better. Feng Chenxi took out several explosive bombs from his arms and looked at the two with sharp eyes. Even if I can't harm the swallowing source god, I'll take you with me, she eyes. The towering posture of the swallowing source god suddenly came to an end, and his dark compound eyes widened greatly. This is. Quick, step back. Don't die for the rare blood servant with high appearance that I have just found. Then, the thunderbolt exploded, and a huge purple giant bird raised its head and crowed from the thunderbolt, majestic and heavy, with an extremely long aftertaste. Even the thunder generated by the thunderbolt obediently adhered to it. Make the giant bird more magnificent and powerful. Giant bird, also known as Thunder Phoenix, was the first to use the combination of all Thunder Phoenix powers from the 3,000 universes rationally under the promotion of the devouring source god. The swallowing source god felt the threat for the first time, and the huge food in front of him, no, was a noble existence of the same level. I want to kill myself. My spiritual practitioner, how could you let something be at your disposal? A tiny insect, only worthy of the posture of looking up at the phoenix. Send you to the end of the world, beyond. In a singing tone and speaking endless domineering words, compared to the devouring gods who see everything through their nostrils, Lei Huang has read through 1,000 sails and looked at everything. With just a little bit of strength, she considers herself the strongest. It's ridiculous that all things are born in balance. When one side is too high, the other side will increase its weight. Variables are always changing. Lei Ju. The female voice of Qingyue, with an attitude that cannot be ignored, launched an attack on the Yen Yuan god. At the same time, outside, the young devouring god spat out a mouthful of black blood and touched the ground, causing flowers and plants to instantly disappear. Even the surface of the earth is corroding, and it continues to corrode further downwards. A lightning bolt, equally pitch black, struck from the sky and instantly extinguished that mouthful of black blood. Feng Chenxi and Shirzei never knew which space had been thrown out by the devouring source god. The ferocious cub, who was born only a few hours ago and only had a basic understanding of the source devouring god, expressed how aggrieved it was. What's wrong with being born wanting to eat? Why did you strike it with such a big and terrifying thunder, and your own self in the alien space was shattered into pieces? The current swallowing source god cubs no longer look at Feng Chenxi and Shirzei like they look at food. It has a premonition that the boy will also explode when he is on the brink of death. I am not proficient enough in distorting my self-awareness and fabricating it at will. I cannot let food die in the future. That's all for today. I went to see a doctor, but even adults have chickenpox, which is so itchy and painful to endure. I will make up for it later. Be sure to save your manuscript in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Getting Married. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 10. Getting Married. Yan Yuanshan blinked his eyes and made up his mind that there would be no possibility of food exploding and killing him in the future. He is the first generation of the ancestral branch. The strongest first generation. The future is destined to conquer the devouring god of this universe. And it was thousands of adult devourers who sacrificed their lives and transported it to this planet full of inedible starbeasts. But, this broken planet also has too much S-content. Without growing up, he can only raise a big flag to scare other S-level and above starbeasts. Fortunately, these starbeasts have always been scared away. However, the liquid in the iron lumps provided by these two foods in front of me is very delicious. How can I get more iron lumps? The black mist it spits out will stop the food from being consumed and cause it to fall into a coma, maintaining absolute freshness. Just as Xiaoyan Yuanshan lifted his sharp front foot and placed it on Xiai's body, a fallen leaf drifted leisurely from the air and then fell onto his front foot, becoming two petals. ZZ. This food looks very fragile. How about changing its form? Currently, these two foods are the weakest on the entire planet. It's not fresh to die with just 1 foot down. The swallowing source god hesitated in place for 2 seconds, and then the great beetle's body twisted for a moment. A few seconds later, a 4-year-old boy with black skin, black hair, and black eyes, wearing a tight black leather jacket and boots, appeared in this forest that was starting to become noisy. At the same time, in another universe, the main star of the devourer god, a refined and indistinguishable male and female with black skin, black hair, and black eyes, the devourer god wearing a white robe, opened his dark and lifeless eyes. Xiaojiu, you have finally started to use your abilities. In the lower universe of the last war. The universe where that man is located cannot be attacked for the time being, and his current body is not enough to leap over the cosmic-level black hole barrier. Xiaojiu, don't die too fast. Yan Yuan deified as a black light and escaped into the unknown. Food, it's definitely because you're too weak to feel when you eat it. Feng Chenxi's face was lifted by a small hand in the darkness, and a cold object landed on his forehead. And then the consciousness that struggled to wake up in the darkness struggled very easily this time. The purple eyes flickering with thunder were cold and alert as they looked at the almost completely black child beside them. The hand that was originally held with Xiai's was empty. Xiai's. Shirzei was still lying on the grass, not awakened by the swallowing source god. For Shirzei, who was not so fragrant, Yan Yuanshan's movements were a bit rough. A small black hand slapped Xiai's forehead, and when Xiai's woke up against the small red handprint on his forehead, he was forced to feel a long struggle of powerlessness and a clear pain in his forehead. A slightly sinister expression was on the side of Feng Chenxi, who was also a male devouring god. A carp stood up and bounced up from the grass, pulling Feng Chenxi and Yan Yuanshan in opposition. Who are you, which extraterrestrial demon just now? What kind of demon from outside the domain, so unpleasant to hear? It's the Yan Yuan god. You have to call the esteemed Yan Yuan god lord. Shirzei and Yan Yuanshan Jiu had a childish argument exclusive to children. The old times have all passed, and who is more prestigious? Did you live tens of thousands of years ago? Here the strong make the rules, you two foods are weaker than me. Ha, you only know after hitting. Shirzei was already angry. When the rules set by the stronger meet those of the stronger, follow the rules of the stronger. Fight. ZZ, do you match it? Just one piece of food, I'm afraid my perfect toe will pierce your fragile flesh and blood like this. Feng Chenxi looked at the two little brats who were arguing so much that their noses were facing each other, and their faces were facing each other. The well-shaped character that did not exist near their temples was protruding. Then, elegantly standing up, the restrained empress forcefully released her oppressive aura, wearing a perfect smile and perfect etiquette, step by step approaching the black and white little ghosts in the hallway. Are you noisy enough? Feng Chenxi placed his hand on the heads of Shirzei and Yan Yuanshan, and then the electric current was released in his palm. The enchantress, with her graceful demeanor, gathered a current of 100,000 volts under her command. As long as either of these two continued to argue, she would send it twice as much. I'm not making any noise. If you need electricity, just electric food, kid. Yen Yuan Shen. Jiu experienced the crackling electricity from the thunder sea of Lei Huang until the dimensional space was completely shattered before giving up the smashing of the field. Yen Yuan Shen. Jiu Youxiao's soul has suffered too many blows from lightning, and the shadows cannot be estimated. Ha, you are now following the stronger. Shizhe returned the words just said by Yen Yuan Shenjiu. But Yen Yuan Shen fell silent. There was no other way. It sensed that the fragrant food in front of it was the spiritual covenant practitioner who was charged all over. The voyeurism that comes from the deepest part of the food soul cannot be ignored. If you fly out again and explode yourself into ashes, you will be mocked to death by the other 8. The god of devouring the source, who is wary of using the mouse, chose to remain silent with great reason. And first show weakness when the food is most relaxed and vigilant, eat it. Great, stop making noise, let's continue on our journey. You can't bring this dangerous guy back to your father's house. Aunt Yu's family is afraid they won't be able to beat this guy. Aunt Yu's babies are still young. She doesn't want to see tragedy happen. So she chose to continue looking for the demon mother. Lol. Based on the verbal information from my father and Uncle Jui Fusang, this witch must be very powerful. Find the witch and ask if she can subdue this guy who wants to eat herself and she eyes. We're going to the Shifeng desert to find someone. Follow this vine. Feng Chenxi chose to hold 2 children in the middle and act as a calm bridge. The gray-blue vines bend slightly, leading the way. The urgent journey was somewhat calm, and as they were about to leave the forest, the mournful cries of a group of monkeys could be heard faintly from behind. The red gorilla tribe may have discovered the dead red gorilla cub. We need to speed up. If the monkey herd loses its cubs and gets into a frenzy, and they want to pursue this devouring god, they don't know if they will be affected. In short, accelerating the pace is wonderful. After walking out of the forest again, Feng Chenxi breathed a sigh of relief and headed west. At night, I didn't choose to stay any longer and continued on my journey, trying to distance myself from the forest. Bald Peng waited for a day before tentatively flying back into the small forest. As soon as he landed on a tree branch, he was grabbed by a rough hand emitting magma. The bald Peng, who was being scorched fiercely, looked down and saw that it was a red gorilla with almost no difference in size from itself. And the appearance of this red gorilla has driven the entire population. The red gorilla, which has lost its cubs, has been hovering in the nearby area, striking indiscriminately. Even if there is a hint of belonging to the red gorilla cubs on other star beasts, the red gorillas will launch a collective attack. However, Bald Peng is not a vegetarian, it is a star beast with wind elements. With a flapping of its wings, the massive hurricane turned into a sharp blade and strangled the red gorilla. The red gorilla became even crazier at the sight of blood. The red gorilla leader tightly grasped the bald Peng and followed his feet, attempting to climb onto him. Then, burn the bald Peng to death. Red gorillas, fire-type social star beasts, are prone to getting irritable, and in special circumstances, they can become violent. The bald Peng escaped at the cost of losing one left foot, and the killing intent of the crazy gorilla who wanted to climb onto him was almost non-existent. It's extremely cold. On the other side, after running hard for 2 days and a night, Feng Chenxi could no longer see the forest behind him before finally stopping on a plain grassland. That's it, there should be water nearby. Shizhe lay on the ground listening to the extremely faint sound of flowing water underground. Even the non-human god of devouring the source, 9, lay exhausted on the ground with his hands turned into sharp claws, mowing grass and playing. It hates traveling so fast, its feet are numb. How did that food do it? It did it. Amazing food. This is the definition that 9 Hearts has refreshed for Feng Chenxi, the god of swallowing source. As for Shi'is, it has always been a food for growing teeth. Yen Yuanshen lay down and fell asleep, turning over to face the warm sunlight. Spread out a black flat humanoid biscuit on your own. The most common thing on the plain is the burrowed thunder-winged rabbit, and the best thing to eat is its wings. And without wings, the thunder-winged rabbit will not die. Take good care to stop bleeding, and the wings will grow after a few years of recovery. It is a plain hegemon who would secretly lie on the dense grassland and drool while trying to hold back when he saw it. Mainly because Jui Fusang once roasted it, and Shiai's ate meat about the size of an arm and a half. He always carried the plants sprinkled with purple, just to be able to eat them again. Ozawa, what are you looking at again? Look at the delicious wings, Shizuto replied without hesitation. The small body is tightly stretched, in a state that can be attacked at any time. Delicious. Feng Chenxi followed Shirzai's gaze and saw a group of straight-tailed rabbits with brown fur and large wings of the same color, resembling rabbits. This reminded Feng Chenxi of the white-haired ice rabbit she had just woken up from. I want to eat wings. The rabbits with wings gathered together, and in a blink of an eye, a thunder-winged rabbit with darker wings, which looked noticeably larger than the other rabbits, shot towards the rabbits next to them. A clan melee has begun. Feng Chenxi and Shirzai lay in the best corner and watched the entire journey. Finally, they saw a few chubby rabbits with small wings appear and realized that it was a competition for spousal rights. The one with the largest wing is definitely not delicious, it has too much fat, and the middle one is just right. Okay. Feng Chenxi nodded in agreement, although he couldn't get the largest one, eating the most evenly balanced one was also good. The two of them cautiously approached the rabbit hole of the thunderwing rabbit and then came to wait for the rabbit. I just saw it clearly, Xiaoxi. That rabbit is inside, and it will come out to eat later. We are besieging on both sides and cannot let the thunder-winged rabbit burrow. The plains are full of caves. Don't ask him how he found out, asking is a secret. The night on the plain was particularly cold, and Feng Chen moved closer to the heating element, Shirzai. Shirzai also approached Feng Chenxi. He had a high body temperature since childhood and was carrying cold, but Feng Chenxi didn't carry it at first glance, and his face turned white. Get closer to me. Coming out, take action. Feng Chen was so clear-headed that he saw his prey coming out of the cave and immediately flew out. With the back of my hand behind me, the ground is only a few tens of meters away from the faint footsteps. Like a gentle breeze, its own hostility converged to the extreme, while Shiai's speed accelerated over Feng Chenxi and Lei Rabbit. The thunder-winged rabbit, who came out to eat after a fight, felt that the wind tonight was very strange. The fresh and tender thunder grass nearby had already been eaten, so they had to run far to look for it. I hope to leave some space for other members of the same clan. This thunder-winged rabbit had just found a thunder grass that emitted a faint thunder light. After finishing, it looked up and found itself surrounded by a bipedal beast that was only half the size of its body. The rabbit was not worried at all, its thick long feet kicked the grass fiercely and tried to fly high into the sky. However, Feng Chenxi paid attention here, and a white long thunder that fell from the sky fiercely struck the body of the thunder-winged rabbit. Then, Lei's wings were only numb for a few seconds before landing on the ground, wanting to take off again and fly away from the place without Lei grass. After waiting for a long time, Shirzai rushed up and climbed to the root of the wings of the thunder-winged rabbit, then hit the wings of the thunder-winged rabbit. Long Yen plucked his hair and cleaned it on the spot. Feng Chenxi cooperated with the release of Bai Lei to anesthetize the Lei-winged rabbit. Then, with two sharp cuts, the complete wings were cut off. The Yen Yuan god, who has a different obsession with what he eats, drifted over at the smell of grilled meat. A pair of big wings flipped and grilled under the scorching fire, and upon seeing the quantity, one can understand that there is no one's own portion of the devouring god. 9. Spiritually, there is such a way to eat. Roast it, it's super fragrant. So the nearby thunder-winged rabbit suffered. The bandits named Yen Yuan Shinjiu not only covet their wings, but also covet the blood of their rabbits. Sesame and sweet, delicious. Yan Yuanshan returned with 17 pairs of big wings on his shoulders, and looked at the 2 cleaned ones that were bloody compared to himself. Yan Yuanshan thought it was better to let the food handle the food. Xiao Shi, take a look at the fire. Finally, apply this perilla to make it taste better. I don't know the original name of this food, so Shi's had to call it perilla. This perilla has a deep purple color throughout the plant, with leaves that are palm-sized and round, with small pale purple beads in the middle of the leaves. Dry and crush the leaves and small beads of perilla together to obtain a seasoning that is both salty and slightly spicy. It tastes very delicious. So Shi's has always called it that. I can help you with it, but you have to give me half of it as compensation. Shirzai walked around the fire to the front of the devouring source god. 9. No way. Yan Yuanshan. Jiuzai doesn't accept half of the food at once, and eating it raw is definitely delicious. Feng Chenxi also cooperated very well by sprinkling purple powder with small particles. Very meticulous care was taken to ensure that every piece of meat was covered in powder. The domineering fragrance blew along the wind on the plain in front of the devouring god. 9, who had previously persisted, chose to surrender to the food he had never eaten. Here you are. Disgusting food. Yan Yuanshan threw 17 pairs of bloodied wings onto the grass in a fit of anger, and sat down beside Feng Chenxi. Staring drowsily at the fragrant meat skewered on the iron branches. Ozawa, come and eat first. We'll do it for you as soon as we finish, and it will take time to tidy up now. After reluctantly explaining, Feng Chenxi continued to take care of the barbecue. Beside him was almost the devouring source god possessed by gluttony. 9 had already wings sprouting from his greedy eyes, but beside him was the spiritual covenant of Lei Huang, who had brought him great shadow. The pale gray saliva flowed down and touched the grassland, silently infiltrating into the soil, continuously penetrating into the groundwater. The soil filtered out some water, and the gray energy was about to flow into the water. Absorbed at the center of the earth. Yan Yuanshan. Jiu still didn't know that he was also a great help to the planet. In front of him was only the increasingly fragrant roasted wings, the sizzling sound of oil, and how similar it was to what it usually said. Finally roasted, Feng Chenxi, who had been waiting for a long time, took off 2 wings, and the subtle lightning wrapped his hand so that he wouldn't be scalded by the just removed iron branch. Shirzai took the roasted wings and contented himself with a whimper, biting them in. The intoxicated expression on his face made Feng Chenxi feel very sad. This child has never eaten barbecue, it looks so rare. In the future, my sister will definitely double her feeding of delicious food to you. Feng Chenxi put the roasted wings in front of his mouth again and stared straight at Shirzai's Yan Yuanshan. Shilei flashed by, and the meat wings in his hand were divided into 2 parts by Feng Chenxi. Then it was stuffed into the mouth of the devouring source god. The taste buds are occupied by hot meat, with salty, spicy, and numb flavors surging up one after another, as well as the smoky atmosphere only found in grilled meat. Yan Yuanshan. 9 chew, come back to its senses, it knows that food cannot fly into its mouth. There are only 2 strands cooked, and the unpleasant food smells fragrant while eating, completely ignoring what is happening outside. So that's all left, Feng Chenxi. No matter what, I won't eat this food even if I'm hungry in the future. This food will make it more delicious and even make it run into my mouth. 2 small black hands were holding their large roasted wings and nibbling on them, Junran Shiai's number 2. Feng Chen didn't care about the 2 children who were eating too much, so he elegantly took a bite at the grilled wings. There is still a big difference from what the imperial chef makes, but there are still some advantages. The ingredients are fresh enough, chewy enough, and the numbness is just right. Feng Chen's way of eating influenced 2 children, and Shirzai saw that Yan Yuanshan and Jiu had all eaten it. Whoever gave it away naturally became Xiao Shi. He is a bit dissatisfied with this. Ladies should not eat too greasy food at night as it can affect their skin. What is a lady? Shirzei and Yan Yuanshan raised doubts about Jiu. But after looking at my own movements and Feng Chenxi's movements, I unconsciously turned towards Feng Chenxi. The biting action slows down, even if it starts off awkward, and often affects eating grilled wings. It's not easy to persist, but I just don't want to change back to my previous bold self. Feng Chenxi experienced the etiquette and upbringing of the royal family. As a princess, etiquette is engraved into her bones and reflected in every detail of her daily life. Chewing slowly and finishing the meal, a clean skeleton also came out. Feng Chenxi raised his hand slightly, and a white lightning struck a small pit, throwing the bone inside. Shirzei also accelerated his pace and finished eating in a few minutes. Throw the bones into the pit, and the devouring source god 9 directly ate all the bones. There is no need to consider bone handling issues. Cough cough, I really like this food, so I want to reward you all. In the Swallowing Source Divine Clan, offering food to high-ranking individuals is a high-risk and high-yield activity. Those in high positions are dissatisfied, while those in low positions will be digested in place. Once satisfied, those in high positions will give what those in low positions want. So while the two were still wondering what the devouring god was and what the reward was, a mist that merged with the night silently enveloped them. Feng Chenxi's divine power in the sea, Lei Huang, did not move this time and there was no danger at all. She went to sleep. Swallowing Source God. A dream sponsored by Jukinking. Returning to ancient times, this dream still has a time limit of 3 minutes in the present world. A lifetime in a dream. Shirzei is the only daughter of the Zhenghua senior general's military mansion. He married the first lady of the minister's mansion. The first lady of the minister's mansion and the current queen are in love with sisters. The queen regards Shirzei as a niece and often goes to the palace to play. She has made an engagement with the then Prince Feng Chenxi since childhood. Is this? Hehe, the first footprint in front of the door this winter is mine. Shirzei stood in front of the main hall with his hands crossed over his waist, looking back at the person behind him with a proud expression. Che, it's clearly you who played tricks, you wait, next year's championship will definitely be mine. The person who was left behind and caught up with clearly did not accept it, but had no choice but to sit still and pout, accusing the girl in front of him. Little dwarf, losing means losing. We need to learn to give up. Shirzei didn't forget to strike while the iron was hot, continuing to mock. Don't call me a dwarf, I won't change my name or surname. I'll call you Feng Chen. She. Feng Chenxi was like a long-haired cat with explosive fur at the moment. Oh. Shirzei turned around and took an arrow step to approach him, bending over and approaching his face. Feng Chenxi was startled by Shirzei's sudden move. At such a close distance, the girl's breath was within reach. Feng Chenxi was stunned, but soon was pulled back to her thoughts by the piercing pain on her forehead. Shirzei, what are you doing? Feng Chenxi was hit with a headache and looked at him with dissatisfaction, shouting loudly. Me and Shi-Eyes. What are these? Shi-Eyes becomes a woman, she becomes a man. It's a reward, it's a reward. I heard your voice. The tender childlike voice of Yan Yuanshan suddenly appeared. Then Feng Chenxi's consciousness sank again. Shir, Zaire, stop playing, the palace banquet is about to begin. Upon hearing the voice of the incoming person, Shirzei ran over and flew into the person's arms. Auntie, the woman in splendid attire rubbed her fluffy little head in her arms with a spoiled expression on her face. You child, why did you make your clothes dirty again? The woman said with half anger and half smile. Chuntao, take Shir and Zaire to change clothes. Yes, Empress Dowager. Spring Peach bowed in response. Third Highness, Miss Shir, please follow me. After changing their clothes, the two were taken to the palace banquet venue, and the unchanged singing and dancing performance made Feng Chenxi feel a bit bored. With a lack of interest, Feng Chenxi sandwiched the dishes in front of her and put them into her mouth. After playing for a day without resting, Feng Chenxi quickly became drowsy and fell asleep on the table without caring. Winter has passed and spring has arrived. It has been 10 years of time. My Zaire is getting married today, and my aunt is already reluctant to part ways, said the general's wife as she combed Zaire's hair. Oh my, auntie, I'm not marrying far away. It's only a cup of tea when I leave the general's mansion from the palace. Zai often comes back to visit auntie, Zai joked with a smile. You. Madame General smiled indulgently and helplessly, tying Zai's hair and placing a phoenix hairpin between her hair. Auntie, don't worry, Your Highness the Crown Prince treats me very well. The wedding procession has been waiting in front of the general's mansion for a long time. The grand wedding of the Crown Prince and the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion is naturally a 10-mile red dress. The carriage carrying the dowry was arranged from the top of the palace to the end of the street, in an orderly manner. Countless petals were laid on the roadside, and even the top of the trees in the city were tied with countless red ribbons. Both sides of the streets are guarded by orderly guards, and the surging crowds stand shoulder to shoulder, stretching their heads to observe this century-old rare wedding. At the forefront of the team, Feng Chenxi rode a white horse, shining brightly with a gentle smile on his lips. Finally, when Zai came out, she was dressed in a fiery wedding dress, with a phoenix crown and a rosy robe. End of this chapter.